1, 2, 3. Ja? Was ist das? Hallo? Kriegst nichts raus? First, Ivan and Hedvig are speaking some introduction words. It's To je Tino Perić si rekao. To je Tino Perić si rekao. Sad je to važno. Pitanje da će da pomogne malo sebi u svi čas u Beču, a? Ja, how many microphones do I need? Do you know? It's like, you know, working for AWM in this environment here is just so much, you never know. It's like first it's two microphones, then it's always shitting a good. 1, 2.
Alida Bernd. Okay, so the front row is empty and neither Hedvig or I bite. So it's safe to sit in the front row. Those of you who will be courageous enough to do that. There you go. The Hungarian.
The brave Hungarian.
I love that. Okay, so welcome. We're a bit behind schedule, so that will take away from our coffee break. I'm kidding, you won't. But so that we can have as much time as we can for our discussion. Of course, it's wonderful to be here. The little glitch is arriving here, and so Rosa and Isabel are still traveling and will hopefully arrive very soon. But I think we're all very happy to be in this really magical place on the Mediterranean, on the northern Mediterranean, called the Adriatic. And thanks to Hedvig's initiative, this year, as of last year, and thanks to the host house, the University of Rijeka, that manages this wonderful Renaissance palace. Those who are interested in hearing about the history of people. It's important to note that this building houses the Center for Advanced Studies of Southeastern Europe. So we are with colleagues from the region, some of whom are here. Professor Ioannis, who is the executive director, or the president, is here with us. We'll be able to have a chance to meet them and to talk, which is also nice. And so I'll just hand over to Hedvig for the introduction.
So, welcome everyone. I always tend to forget who was here last year and who are the new, who are discovering Cres this year, because I already feel as if we are coming back for many, many years. It's probably because we all feel very much at home, and that is also thanks to the great hosts we have, and that is the Center for Advanced Studies and the University of Rijeka. I am personally very much attached to both of these institutions and to the Moise Palace, as well as I was one of the participants in the process of establishing the Center for Advanced Studies many, many years ago, together with Erhard Busek, the late Erhard Busek, who we actually miss very much this year. He was here with us last year as well, and that is why we will have a discussion the last evening in order to kind of remember his legacy and also include him at least that way this year as well in our seminar. So I'm so happy that you are here, and I'm really looking forward to the others to arrive. And because a part of the fact that we will have inspiring discussions, what we want to have is enough time to really enjoy the time together, to nurture, this kind of group feeling and dimension we have, because we have great plans with all of you, and that is something what we discussed yesterday with a smaller group. Very concrete ideas about the follow-up work with the alumni network, which is generated year by year and which is now already growing into great numbers, as we can see. So there will be many exciting things to discuss in the official part, but also during coffee breaks, during lunches, dinners, at the beach. So I'm really happy that I could meet you again here, and I'm looking forward to spending time with you until Saturday evening.
Terrific. So, Valbona, Nikola, Ioannis, could you please come up for the first panel?
Just one technical information, please come. While you are coming, I would like to draw your attention to a change in the agenda, because you all got the printed agendas. However, we have made some changes for Saturday, and you got a separate paper for the Saturday program. And that happened due to the fact that both Boris Marte and Andreas Streichel will join us on Saturday afternoon, and we wanted to organize a program for Saturday afternoon to use the fact that they are both here and they are very much eager to meet all of you and to have enough time to talk to all of you. So we figured out that it would be great to reshuffle a bit the program and to put in some other content which will give this opportunity to all of us. So that is the reason for the change, and you all received these separate papers. So please keep in mind not to lose this from sight when you are planning your beach time and other activities. So, thanks.
I don't know why it worked for us, but we can.
So yeah, beach time is equally important as every other bit of our gathering. It creates a sense of community. There is a community of early morning swimmers, late afternoon swimmers, or sometimes even late night swimmers. Those of you who enjoy a dip during the dark night. I will spare you the long introductions, only to say that, of course, we are all individually and collectively following the drama, to put it lightly, of the Russian invasion and aggression on Ukraine and all the ramifications that produces globally, locally, at a European level. We have the European Summit coming up. There is a lot of questions about what happens on the 23rd and 24th. There's a meeting of the leaders of the Western Balkans with the EU leaders. Will Ukraine get full candidacy? Will it get some sort of half-baked candidacy? What happens to the Bosnians and Kosovos who don't have candidacy yet, etc. So these are all things that we'll be discussing over the course of these 3 days or 2 days. And I really look forward. We, needless to say, have an incredibly strong group of people, and we will obviously, as Hedvig rightly said, have a chance to discuss also the issues about the fellowship and the alumni network. So, without further ado, we have our first panel, and this couples, of course, with the end of year symposium of the fellows of this year 2021-22. So each of them will present their findings. And as you see, we are being live streamed. So there are people probably watching in Phnom Penh and Shanghai and the Philippines as we speak here. So careful what you're saying. Okay. The first panel is on the Chinese engagement in Southeastern Europe and the future of enlargement, right into the middle of the global and the local. And Valbona Zeneli, who I won't introduce because we all know each other by now, will give us about a 15-minute introduction. And then we have Nikola Dimitrov and Ioannis Armakolas, who will give their brief 5-minute comments, and then we'll open it for discussion. So Valbona, please.
Well, thank you very much, Ivan. It's wonderful to be here. I'd like to thank Ivan and Hedvig, especially Dino, for taking care of all our travel arrangements, the entire team, IWN, ERSA Foundation. Thank you very much. It's really great. This is, this year has been one of the best experiences of my academic, professional, but also, social life. So I'm very glad to be part of such a excellent group. My research is focused on Chinese the EU integration process, the EU enlargement process. And I'll continue with another question: what are some of the countermeasures that have worked in the past? Another question that comes up quite often is if there is Chinese-Russian cooperation also in the region. So I'll try to answer that one, and then I will end my short presentation with some concrete recommendations when it comes to mainly the EU, but maybe more general transatlantic community. So we've seen in the Western Balkans a very significant expansion of the Chinese influence over the last decade, but that is really in line with Beijing's geo-economic and diplomatic vision, first of the Belt and Road Initiative, 16+1 is part of that too, but also in the broader context of broader strategic context of Chinese and European Union relations. The geostrategic position of the region, I think that is the most important part. That is a perfect bridge to EU markets, and also it's one of the key transit corridors of the Belt and Road Initiative. Ivan mentioned, all what we are seeing with the bloody war in Ukraine. I think the Balkans becomes even more important with Greece as an entry point, even for the future, for the arrival of Chinese products, because of the blockage in the Black Sea, but also through the routes in Ukraine and in Russia. So Chinese interests in the region are strongly related to infrastructure projects, are related to privatization processes, and so we have countries where demand for preferential lending is really high and acquisition prices are low. So China is also searching for new markets. And that is the perspective, I think, that needs to change also from the EU institutions, EU leaders, EU country member states, that the Balkans is not anymore, if you look from the Chinese influence part, it's not anymore the backyard of the European Union. In this case, it's the front yard of the European Union because of the access through the port of Piraeus. Then some other strategic assets, so the need for securing natural resources, focus on strategic sectors such as energy, mining, and mineral processing. Those are the main areas where we see their engagements. But on the other side, Beijing wants to increase its influence and deepen economic and diplomatic presence in the region that is geostrategically important because of the proximity to the European Union, but also another element is also the counterbalance to the region's transatlantic partnership, so relations of specific countries in the region with the United States. So the first question on what is the level of Chinese engagement, I'll go very rapidly through some numbers. Trade levels have increased rapidly in the last decade. They have reached almost $6.5 billion in 2020, and this is all trade that's very heavily tilted in favor of China. So it's mainly Chinese imports in the region for more than 70 or 80% of the trade. Most of the trade is conducted with Serbia, 60% of that trade, which is China's main strategic partner, but also the biggest market in the Balkans. Although the EU remains the main trading partner, and this is something that we hear quite often, we should not forget that China has become the second, only for a few countries, the third largest single trading partner in the region. So when we take the EU, we take all the countries as a whole. But if we take single countries, that China is the second or the third largest trading partner in the region. However, because of the small market, the trade with Western Balkans makes up a little bit more than 4%, so almost 5% of the Chinese trade with the 16+1 countries. So it's not very significant. And so that brings me to the second point, that what is much more significant than trade is the Chinese expansion in investments in the region. There was a report that came out a couple of months ago from the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network that there are currently about 122 Chinese projects in the Western Balkans for an estimated value of $31 billion.
Now, if you compare it to 5 years ago or even 10 years ago, that's a huge expansion in a very short time frame. If you take that number, 31 billion, and you look at the total stock of foreign direct investment that have arrived in the Balkans since the beginning of the 90s when countries started to open up, that will make up 40% of the total foreign direct investment stock. Now, a misleading fact here is that these are not foreign direct investment. 80% of those are loans, so it's concessional lending. So it could be pictured as foreign investment, but in the reality, it's concessional lending, it's loans. The main form of cooperation, even when it comes to investment, it's, of course, I said, concessional lending for infrastructure, mainly in transportation, energy. You see the involvement of the Chinese state-owned banks and natural resources, and the engagement is mainly government-to-government basis. We don't see much, with the private companies. Now, we talk about projects, but it's important to say that some of those, there's not a lot of transparency, or there's deep lack of transparency when it comes to how the projects are going. Some have been concluded, some others have been delayed, others have stalled, so there is no real knowledge of where, what is the success of some of these projects. Now, another important element I think that we're missing, because we're looking at the numbers, and of course these are, pocket change when it comes to investment in Central Europe or investment in the European Union, Western countries. A very important element is that the Western Balkans is testing ground for Chinese expansion, Chinese influence in Europe. And that has to do mainly with Chinese investment in infrastructure. So China's first big infrastructure project in Europe was the Papin Bridge in Serbia, carried out by the Chinese Road and Bridge Corporation that was inaugurated back in 2014. So that is the first Chinese big infrastructure project in Europe. Then the first railway project in Europe that is carried out by a Chinese state-owned enterprise, but was using EU funds for that project. It was the 10-kilometer segment of the Kolashinkos highway in Montenegro that was also implemented by the China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation. So these are, maybe tiny elements that we have missed, over the years. So it's really, that's why the Balkans is so important, because it's testing ground because of the, lack of regulations, lack of transparency, and some to see what can work, how do you start, and then what can work in other European countries. Chinese state-owned enterprises, of course, have taken advantage of the lack of transparency and have engaged in direct contract negotiations directly with governments. Many of these contracts are not transparent at all. We all talk about the road construction in Montenegro. Still, 2 years, a year and a half after we have a new government, the contract has not been made transparent yet. So we don't know what's there. But on the other side, we have to accept that even if it's EU money, EU funding, and it's open, appalls, open government, open tenders. The Chinese state-owned enterprises are experienced in infrastructure development in other developing countries, so they know how it works. They enjoy economies of scale and can offer much lower prices than the European companies. And also they are interested, and that's why these companies are subsidized from the government, because they are interested in exporting excess capacities in construction materials, so they can very easily outcompete Western companies if they are part of international tenders. Now, something about the narrative that China is using in the region, how visible that narrative is, and what does it mean, and how do they spread the narrative. In reality, China is becoming one of the most prominent actors in the Western Balkans, and it excels in cultivating an image of itself as a benign economic actor and presents itself as a credible source of economic development and reliable partner. Now, I read this sentence because, you read it everywhere, in Chinese, ambassador speeches or Chinese government, and this is very important. Listen at the word reliable partner, credible source of economic development. There was a study that was carried out, just finished a month ago, from the Carnegie Europe, looking at the Pelasech Bridge in Croatia. This is an EU investment, 85% financed by the European Union and 25% by the Croatian government, $550 million. It's being implemented by the China Road and Bridge Corporation. Now, the main road is implemented by the Chinese state-owned enterprises, but the two access roads are implemented by two European companies, a Greek and an Austrian company. The Greek is JP Avex and Strabag from Austria. Now, there was a polling that took place in Croatia to see, what was the perception of the citizens regarding this investment. And the interesting part was that it was the national level, and then it was in the regional level in the area closer to the bridge. In the national level, 100% of people had heard of the road construction, of the bridge construction. 85% knew that it was a Chinese company that was constructing it. Only 33% of people nationally knew that there were European companies involved in the construction too. Now, when it comes to the opinion regarding the Chinese company that was implementing that construction, in the national level, the opinion was neutral. Closer you got to the regional level, and so even in the region, they had different, polling. So the big region, then closer to the road, mostly positive. The view was on the Chinese company. They knew of the European companies, but they favored most the Chinese companies as more reliable. So that was the word that's used in the narrative. That was the word that came from the public poll to describe the Chinese company that was constructing the road. So that means that the narrative has been successful. And I think it's important to conduct similar studies in Montenegro and other areas and do these comparisons between national polling and regional polling of people. The official rhetoric emphasizes equality, mutually beneficial economic interaction. Also, Beijing in its narrative is using the shared socialist path towards the Western Balkans, using some existence of some degree of post-communist nostalgia, and so they're focusing on traditional friendship and shared past. The overwhelming majority of the China-Western Balkans cooperation involves state institutions, and it's based on a system of shared interest focused on three main elements. Legacy contracts and relationships from the times of the Cold War, institutional partnership and alliance across all state structures, central government and local governments, and also network of actors, new network of actors from civil society, academia, and media. So the aim is to build a community of friendly countries, heavily investing in cultural diplomacy. And so we can talk about Confucius Institutes. All countries have Confucius Institutes, but Serbia and Bosnia have 2 of them. Now we have the development of those Confucius classrooms, which is different. These are at primary and secondary schools. It was started in Serbia as a government, as a pilot project that involved the introduction of the Chinese language into 31 primary and secondary schools. The project started back in 2012 and has involved until now 2,500 students. More than 700 students have been involved in similar programs in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And numbers are much higher in Republika Srpska. Then we have the establishment of cultural centers, academic links. We're seeing many interaction, a broad range of interaction between national academies of science. Then scholarships is another element. Government and party cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party is another element that has escaped public attention. And we talk about the China, Central Eastern Europe Young Political Parties Forum, that all countries in the Balkans also are participant with the exception of Kosovo, that it's not recognized. And in recent years, we have seen a marked rise of Chinese presence in the media. So China is paying greater attention to culture in the media. So culture is the part that they're using more, generating and promoting, positive image of China. News stories, and this is interesting, consist of information that are currently factual, that are neutral in tone, and are oriented towards economic issues, but they generally lack critical evaluations of any Chinese activities. So you do not hear about criticism, in the media in the Western Balkans. Then Chinese state cooperation with local journalists are a very well-established mechanism of interaction. The study trips of journalists going to China and then coming back and writing positive stories on the Chinese economic miracle. That is the main area. And then the Chinese diplomats that are increasing their presence through social media throughout the Balkans. So we're seeing that also. And then the last point is the establishment of friendship association and the twinning agreements with different municipalities in the Balkans. How do local institutions, government, business, media, but also the public view that? Generally, the political elites see the presence of China as purely economic and beneficial, and mostly opportunistic. Mostly the short-term impact is considered without any strategic, really analysis on the long-term implications. And Chinese projects are easily aligned with political cycles and are coupled with top-down rather than transparent and market-driven procurement decisions. So in some perspective, Beijing with its financing offers allows decision-makers in the region to fuel patronage networks and boost short-term electoral advantages. In Serbia, the majority of population considers China as the second most important player and the credible investor right after Germany. Chinese popularity throughout the region is not viewed as a counter-option to the European Union aspirations of the region. And the reason are that first, there's not much information. 16 plus 1, 17 plus 1, back to 16 plus 1 is not very well known, not understood. Belt and Road is not known. And local institutions actors are positively disposed and even keen to develop and deepen bilateral ties with Chinese organizations. How does Chinese influence then hinders EU integration? Well, Beijing publicly supports the EU integration of the region and really may not aim to export its communist ideology. I think that with its large projects based on the state-led model, the negative spillover effects would increase the risk of undermining the EU's reformist agenda. But overall, the market stability seems to be preferred from Beijing. So the fact that the countries will be EU members, that will allow a deeper, a footstep in the European Union by being present in the Balkans in the future. I'm cutting short here, so we have time for discussion. What countermeasures have been taken? I can talk about two things. The first one is the 5G network, and that was the clean network where all the countries, that was pushed from the US State Department, where all countries became signatories, with the exception of Serbia. But even in the case of Serbia, there was an agreement between Belgrade and Pristina that they did not sign. They did so, part of the economic cooperation agreement in Washington, the Serbian government also committed to prohibit the use of 5G equipment from untrusted vendors, though China was not mentioned in there. And then the second thing that I could mention is the financial institutions, the financial European institutions of coming together after the big, public also pressure to finance the Montenegrin government, to help financing the Montenegrin government to pay back, starting to pay back the loan for the road construction in Montenegro. Evidence of collusion between China and Russia. While Russia benefits from any destabilization and from security and political crisis in the Western Balkans, so aiming to inhibit the EU Euro-Atlantic integration process, in the case of China, it supports and economically benefits from the regional stability. So it currently does not appear to have any propaganda capabilities to export ideology or to undermine the Euro-Atlantic integration process. As I mentioned before, is through the issues that hinder good governance, lack of transparency, and all those that can make the process for the countries of the Western Balkans be longer. Now, there are only two cases, and that is Kosovo, the case of Kosovo, that, of course, China stands with, supports Serbia, and so has been blocking in the past few years entry of Kosovo in different international organizations. And then, very strangely, it was the last case when Beijing and Moscow appear to collaborate when it comes to Bosnia-Herzegovina. For the very first time, actually, they both are seeking to end having an early end to the international administration. So this is the High Representative, and they voted in the Security Council for that. So that was the first recent one that you see a collusion between Russia and China. My last point is some policy recommendations. There will be more in the paper, but regarding the EU response. The first thing is that the EU response on China in the Western Balkans should be based on the reality that the region will continue to welcome economic and infrastructure development opportunities from China. And so that's how the EU, and that's why the EU should strategically address this issue and deal with all the factors that could undermine the EU integration aspirations of the Western Balkans and enhance promotion of EU rules, standards, and value. So my point is that the EU should incorporate China-specific goals in the enlargement strategy with the Western Balkans. As Ivan mentioned, I think to prevent any potential destabilization in its front yard, the EU needs to reaffirm the open door policy, starting with Albania, with North Macedonia, but also giving candidate status for Kosovo and Bosnia-Herzegovina. And of course, make it quicker, the process for those countries that have opened the chapters of negotiation. So any further delays will risk to hinder and to have a declining natural attraction of the EU and creating space for competing visions and alternatives for the future. The EU should condition the enlargement process with a demand to increase transparency on Chinese projects. An idea that I've been talking about is that the EU should encourage the application of the EU FDI screening mechanism and should include that in the conditions for the Western Balkan countries as part of the enlargement. So those rules that apply for the EU countries should be part of the conditioning for the Western Balkans. On the other side, the EU should increase the financing for infrastructure projects in the Western Balkans, create more connectivity of the Western Balkans. There's a huge infrastructure gap that we all know about. And then in the negotiation process, I think that the accession chapters that provide for higher quality regulatory environment for infrastructure projects, including public procurement, and standards and environmental assessment rules should be brought together with chapters 23 and 24 at the beginning of the process in order to limit the negative influence of the Chinese project. I think another element that we talk about corruption in the region, but we should talk about also lack of capacities. So that is how the EU can support even, the public administration with capacity building to understanding those projects better. It's not everything about corruption. Sometimes it's lack of understanding of the rules. And so maybe consultancies, not just for the public, but also including private companies in the region or European private companies that can support the capacity building in the Western Balkans. And my last, more research on China's engagement. So the EU should finance more research on Chinese engagement in the region. And then my last point is much better strategic communication plans and strategy in the region. Because for things that like the bridge, and that's why they brought the example. So it is financed from the EU, but not everybody knows. They call it, a Chinese project. So all the projects, all the money that has been funneled in the Western Balkans for a very long time, it's not well known that this is EU money, that's EU taxpayers supporting the region. So strategic communication should be part of the bigger plan. And I think I went too long, but we'll not have a coffee break.
Thank you very much, Valia. It did go over a bit, but all for the better because we are lacking these in-depth views. We talk loosely about the presence of third actors. China is one of the most important along with Russia. Lots of disruptive activity, but the Chinese clearly have a much longer-term strategy, as you well described. And I think it was very good to get this granular view of the bridge that has just been completed, which the Pegasus bridge, that many people don't know about these other dimensions. Yes, you know, some of us that it is EU funded, but for example, I didn't know that the access roads would be built by a Greek and an Austrian company. So there's lots to dig into here. And I think,
As you rightly said at the end, I do hope somebody in Brussels, to speak colloquially, is doing in-depth research because this is a much wider issue than the Western Balkans itself, and we'll hear from Nikola and Ioannis more about that. And the fact that the European Union has woken up to the presence of China in this magnitude and introduced a screening mechanism on investments is very important. So, Nikola Dimitrov, the former Deputy Prime Minister of Macedonia and former Foreign Minister, who is with us here as an honorary fellow, will give the first comment. So, Nikola, please.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Thank you also, Valbona. I think this was quite interesting to hear, this in-depth also details, because we usually talk, I think, in two general terms about, in particular about Chinese presence and influence in the region. I will do two things. First, offer some details that actually corroborate most of what you've said from the perspective of my country, North Macedonia. Recently, of a recent date, there was a poll on foreign actors, countries that are seen favorably or negatively among the Macedonian citizens. China is the fifth most favorably seen country. 36% of the citizens see the Chinese influence to be positive, 17% to be negative, and 26% don't really know whether it's positive or negative. What's characteristic for the Chinese infrastructural investments in the country is that this highway Kijevo-Ohrid, which has frankly become an embarrassment both for China and successive governments in Skopje. This is a highway that is supposed to link the capital and the biggest resort town, a beautiful town of Ohrid with the famous Ohrid Lake. It's still ongoing, and this probably creates some negative effects, some rumors around that highway in terms of corruption. The local head of the Chinese company disappeared, went back and then disappeared. So this is something to take into account. Some, although politically not really present on the big issues for the country, China has used vaccine diplomacy as a tool on issues that are important for them, has become a bit more assertive on UN voting, different declarations and resolutions in the United Nations General Assembly. One big issue has been the critical digital infrastructure, 5G technology, etc., with Huawei not being able to enter the country because North Macedonia signed an MOU and then followed with legislation with the US on critical infrastructure. Yes. My personal perspective is that sometimes both China, and I think this applies to some extent to Russia, the positive views are sometimes a frustration with the West. In other words, if we are, and this leads me to my second part of the intervention, which is more about EU enlargement, given that next week is the European Council. The big topic, of course, is candidate status for Ukraine, but also what happens with North Macedonia and Albania, and in general, whether we have some movement in the Western Balkans in this respect. So the sentiment, if we are not liked, if we are not respected, if we are not appreciated by our partners in the EU, instinctively people say, let's turn to those countries who respect us and who appreciate us. So I think there is a lot in this sort of partly emotional, not maybe less rational dynamic of the population in the region. It is a fact that there is a stalemate, an impasse, and to be blunt, I think the process failed. The process of accession failed. Yesterday, Montenegro, Albania, and North Macedonia, the leaders signed a statement supporting granting candidate status for Ukraine. Macedonia is the veteran candidate country of the region, the oldest one, 2005, Montenegro 2010, and Albania 2014. And I think the old school thinking that granting Ukraine a candidate status will be a big thing, and that starting accession talks with Skopje and Tirana will finally enable us to declare victory, I think this is not really the case. It's misleading to some extent because, to put things into perspective, with Montenegro in the process for 10 years and Serbia for 8 years, not much to show in terms of impact, transformational effect, results. I think we have to use this geostrategic moment, confrontational with Russia, more dangerous, less predictable, to fix this process, which is partly lack of political will on the side of some member states, but also I think the way we approach the process of accession, which is too binary at the moment. You're either in, or you're either fully out. And the only real incentive in the process fails because it has become too distant. The incentive of full membership is so uncertain and so far in the future, it doesn't even enter the minds of the decision makers in the region. In their political calculus, they don't really rely on membership. So I think we have to create more timely incentives for the good forces in the Balkans, for the reformers. Access to funds, participation in various decision-making bodies in the EU, a seat around the table, that will help. Integration, earlier phasing in or differentiated integration in various sectors where this makes sense, where the countries are ready. And we have to face the individual vetoes. My own country has been a victim of such vetoes. It has become an exemplary case in that regard. Latest with Bulgaria. If we don't fix this, if countries of the EU are free to come up with whatever, unrelated to what this process is about, this torpedoes and completely undermines accession. So if let's say, the North Macedonia's movement towards the EU, if it's dependent not on fighting corruption and having free media and a vibrant democracy and rule of law, but on what historians in this historical commission with Bulgaria say, this is not a process that is about becoming a proper European democracy with a stronger economy. And I think in some ways this is a problem of the region, but this is also a problem of the EU. And the brand of the EU has become a losing political brand. Parties who are pro-European will start losing elections because they cannot deliver. So the brand of the EU in the region is in free fall. And this is why we're going to see more, maybe not very rational, but hopes attached to other geopolitical players. And in this geopolitical moment, if the EU cannot create a victory, a win in the Balkans, it will never be able to create a win for Ukraine. Simply because of the size of the region, which altogether is maybe 1/3 of Ukraine as a nation, a region that has been working for years in this process. There is no war, of course, in the Balkans, etc. So if you cannot make a difference in this region that you surround, then you cannot really play a role in Ukraine or all globally. And this is why the time to take this seriously is now. And the old argument, well, people have lost trust, it's unpopular, etc. I think this is changing. And this is why we have to seize this moment, all of us in Europe, to fix this process and to return the EU's role of a positive force for good, a positive force that empowers reformers. Because now EU has become a force that supports the status quo. Sort of stability in a way, at least in the short term and the mid-term, rather than reforms and democratic forces, etc. I think I overstepped a bit. But, yeah.
Thank you very much. You've made a number of extremely important points, and I think it's in particular important to underscore what you said, that some of these other country sentiments, whether it's pro-Russia or pro-China, in the public opinion polls, has a lot to do with the frustration with the EU. It's a sort of superficial pro-Russia, pro-China, I think. But we can go more into that. Ioannis, who is a professor at the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki and a senior fellow at Eliamep in Athens.
Thank you, Ivan. Many thanks to IVM and the Foundation for making it possible to be here again this year. It's becoming a tradition and we love it, I think. Valbona, this is fascinating food for thought. So much to digest, so I'm going to just pick up a few points, but I think I'm looking forward to reading the actual paper, and yeah, I agree that there needs to be more research on China. And I will start with I have 6 points. I hope I don't get to speak for too long. Anyway, I will start with the micro, which I found very fascinating, and we talked a bit yesterday. And then I will go to the macro, and I think the picture that I will draw on the basis of Valbona's Valbona's research and my comments will be one of ambiguity and ambivalence over relations with China and the future of relations with China when it comes to the region and the EU, but also that although we have to be vigilant about China's role, we shouldn't be pessimistic, because I think the picture is not really very bleak. And started from the local, and I didn't know about this research in Croatia. I find it fascinating, and I think there should be more of this. But I'm thinking a lot of this depends on the context. Like, I'm thinking if you would do the same, I haven't done the same research in Greece. But if you would do the same research in Greece, you would probably get the reverse picture. So maybe better attitudes, more positive attitudes toward China and Chinese economic presence at the national level. But when you go to the micro level of Piraeus, you probably will not get that the same because of the fact that the China labor rights do not go together, because it's a depressed region of Attica that has not really seen any economic benefit from the presence of China, and China directs most of its European trade through Piraeus, but the port of Piraeus and the surrounding areas are some of the poorest parts of the country still. So I think a lot depends on the local context, and we need to see, we need to do more research, more analysis about local context. And also a lot depends on whether civil society has picked up on the problems of Chinese presence and economic influence. For example, do you have groups that actually work against these curious deals that China has taken with governments that bypass labor laws and so on and so forth? Or what type of investment there is. I mean, maybe for local communities in Croatia, it's very useful to use this bridge, but not necessarily the same for other areas. So all this is very specific to location, specific to the investment, so it needs to be studied more. I think it's fascinating that you have introduced this in the debate. Now, second point, the influence in civil society, media, public opinion, and overall anything that's beyond the opportunistic political elites that you mentioned. I think that this is extremely important and shows possibly the limits or the limitations of China influence. Because you will see that, I expect that we will find that all societies tend to reproduce this discourse or narrative about China, the new global power, the efficient power, and so on and so forth, which is all fine because it's all based on some broader understanding of international politics and the change in the international system that we have. And we all know that China is the new competitor to the US, which is a bipolar world. But then influence at the local level, at the national level, especially in the European societies, is not only what we think about China as a global power. A lot of it depends, because these are essentially Western societies, even in the Western Balkans, right? A lot of it depends on civil society, dense networks of the way that we operate as societies in the Western Balkans, in Western Europe and North America. So Western Balkans are much more similar to North America than they are to China. So I think, and I'm not an expert on China, but I get the sense from the way I see China trying to approach the region in recent years, they don't know how to operate in Western settings. Simply, the way they approach civil society, the way they approach media, the way they expect, which is not the case in Western countries, that if you are close to China or if you're invited by China, you cannot say anything against China. Or if you have an investment by China, you cannot vote against China anywhere. So this is an operating method that will not really easily fly in not only in the Western Balkans, not only in Western Europe or North America, but also in the Western Balkans. So essentially, I think the networks and the operating system in our countries are very unfamiliar for the Chinese, and it's very, very much, I would say, conducive to Western presence and influence, if there is, of course, one. Third point, I find a bit more disturbing and alarming what you mentioned, and I knew, of course, about maybe the increasing presence of China in the Western Balkan affairs. Because you mentioned Kosovo, but if I'm not mistaken, China was not actually really actively working against Kosovo in international organizations, because Russia was doing it, right? So maybe Russia will not be doing it anymore in the future because there's not enough diplomatic capital, or maybe there will not be enough energy after Ukraine, but maybe China will be doing it, and we need to see. And I know there are other China there are China experts, I'm not a China expert, who are working on this, try to understand what China will be doing in the coming years. And also, I find even more disturbing the fact that China felt it had to be involved in Bosnia, which is unheard of in the last 30 years, right? This is interesting. This is interesting, and something to look for whether we will see in the near future. But that was not the case up until recently, right? So you would expect Russia to be actively involved one way or another in a anti-Western or undermining the Western game in the region, but not China. Moving a bit more broadly, and I think this is very important. We should look maybe to draw conclusions for the Western Balkans also in the context of China's role and influence and the way it has operated in Central Europe. Not only because China has put these two regions together in the same 16+1 framework, but also because we will see there the limitations and also the political potential if the Western Balkans, political potential for Europe, if the Western Balkans continue to be in the course of joining the European Union. And there I think you will get, I understand from China experts, I'm not a China expert, there in Central Europe I think China is actually losing the game. Whether it's because China was not expecting the support that Lithuania would get in this controversy, maybe because the actual economic footprint of China in Central Europe is not what it was expected, maybe because these are essentially European countries, maybe because China is not understanding their security concerns. It's a very paradoxical situation. They have developed a particular platform for countries that feel the threat of Russia, and they have mobilized against the war in Ukraine in a certain direction, much more than France, Germany, Italy, and others. And then at the same time, China is actually seem to be supporting Russia on this. I mean, how can they hope to increase their influence in countries like Poland, Baltic states, all these countries in the region? So, in a sense, this shows also the limitations of China influence. And we should look for, well, the context is somewhat different, but we shouldn't disregard the fact that when they played in Central Europe in a bigger market, more integrated in the European Union with bigger economic potential, I don't think they did really well. So they're doing better in the Balkans simply because the Balkans are weaker, economically smaller, and still, as you rightly mentioned, still not well regulated by EU. So the more we will see the Western Balkans being closely to the institutional and regulatory frameworks of the EU, the more difficult, more difficult it will be for China to, I think, to play the game, even in the Western Balkans. And of course, almost final point, China for several years had a free rein because the EU was not seeing China as a threat, and the US was not working against China influence. I think this will change. It has changed, as you mentioned, with the 5G and the economic European financial institutions, but also because of Ukraine. And this I think, will make things slightly more complicated and difficult and challenging for China influence. And I will close with, I like very much your recommendations. I think we need to think, and there's a lot to digest there, and they can be very, very useful agenda. And I have to say, especially the linking conditionality to China-specific problems and challenges is very important, and it goes back to the discussions we have in the paper that we will soon issue about what is the role of foreign policy conditionality in the context, or how foreign policy conditionality should become a bit more highlighted in the Western Balkans. Sorry if I took too long, Ivan. And very interesting paper, thank you.
That's okay, it's nothing dramatic. A lot of very good points as well, as Nicola, that you raised. Ioannis, I'll open it straight up. And oh my goodness, okay. So let's pick up 3 questions. Tim, Piotr, and Stefan first. No, we have Tim, Piotr, and Stefan, and then we go to the next round.
Is it on? Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. I mean, that what you said about the polling around the Pelicec Bridge was very interesting. But I wonder, I assume that it hasn't been done in Serbia and Montenegro, but I wonder if there's any anecdotal evidence of reactions in both countries to the Chinese. And I'm thinking, particularly, you didn't mention, I haven't followed this in great detail, but I kind of watched the headlines, and there's been a lot of trouble with Chinese companies and labor relations and treating workers badly in Serbia, and a feeling in Montenegro that, you know, whatever the merits of the motorway, that the Chinese and probably and or certainly people connected to the Montenegrin elite were doing extremely well out of this motorway, which, okay, I know it's over difficult terrain, but it's one of the most expensive, you know, in the world or in Europe anyway. But I wonder whether there's any anecdotal evidence of what people think in Serbia and Montenegro, you know, to compare with what you mentioned about the Pelicec Bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, and first of all, congratulations for your great presentation, Valbona. I really liked it, and I'm very much looking forward to your paper. And I have my question is about your, if you could be a little bit more specific about your risk assessment when it comes to the Chinese involvement in the region. And I see two major areas to be kind of analyzed. The one is, to what extent, in your opinion, China has already misused its especially economic clout in the region in a way which would be perhaps comparable with what China has been doing with the European EU member states. So basically, perhaps you were talking about the trade relations, and that there is the access of the Balkan countries to the Chinese market is actually very small, but maybe there is something, you know, which has already happened in that regard, so that we can see basically how China is misusing its power to put this foot into the door in the region. And the second is, to what extent this increasing Chinese presence in the region translates into political influence. Have you already, you know, spotted instances of Balkan countries, you know, taking positions on issues of importance for China in line with the Chinese interests, or any other kind of political implications of the Chinese increasing role in the region? Thank you.
Thank you, Valbona. I also greatly enjoyed your presentation. It's really excellent and hugely informative. My question relates to the fact that you describe the Chinese engagement in the region very much in terms of their interest in the EU. You said the perfect bridge to the EU is that a testing ground for investments in the European Union. But the curious thing is that in the EU, there is, as Ioannis has said, a real backlash now. And I think Chinese investment in EU countries dropped dramatically over the last few years. Of course, there were various reasons for that, also the pandemic, but I think it's lower than it's ever been in the last 10 years. So I just wonder whether you see any signs also of a sort of reduction of Chinese engagement also on the Western Balkans, because if it's a perfect bridge to nowhere, ultimately, I think the interest shouldn't be so big anymore.
Well, thank you very much. Can I? Yeah.
But briefly, please, so we can fit a lot of people want to ask questions.
Okay, wonderful. I'll start with a question from Tim. So what we see in the Western Balkans, actually, the strategy that China is using is a mix between what they have been using in countries such as Africa and Latin America, developing countries, and then the 16+1 that are EU member states. So I think there's need to have more polling, you know, specifically in each country and actually compare them. But my gut feeling is that you have a different opinion of China and the different performance of Chinese companies in the EU countries, such as in Croatia, because they abide to the rules and regulations and standards of the European Union, with that of the Western Balkans. And that is why you could have some negative backlash, because it's Chinese state-owned companies, it's Chinese workers, it's Chinese raw materials that do not even pay customs, so it does not even bring positive spillover effects to the local economy. So that's why I focused on the thing that has to do with the standards, how the EU should focus, not keeping the Chinese investment out, but how to raise the standards, transparency, and good governance in order to, follow according to the rules. Now, the second question was regarding any risk assessment, how, if China has used, politically or diplomatically. We have not seen specifically in the Balkans, because they are not EU members, but there's no mention in Taiwan in any of the countries, so that is one point that is, true for the Balkans. The second point is even some countries, such as Albania and the others, that had friendship cooperation, friendship associations, or cooperation between parliaments, the Parliament of Albania and the Parliament of Taiwan and the others, they kind of canceled all of that when you saw an increased Chinese influence. So that is the first question. If we go to the Central and Eastern, to the 16+1 then we have seen those examples. We have seen when Greece blocked the European Union Declaration of South China Sea, and then Hungary and Croatia followed suit. We have seen when the EU ambassadors had a declaration on Belt and Road Initiative on criticism, when Hungary stopped that declaration, and there's a third one I cannot remember, but there are instances out there. So with these countries becoming EU members, you'll see more in the future. You haven't seen that because they do not have a strong power, politically. That is the reason. Then there was another point. Okay, so there was a point actually that Ioannis also mentioned regarding, how there's no affinity. So the differences between the Chinese and the people in the Balkans that are much closer, the appeal is much closer of the, the European Union, of the United States rather than China and Russia. We have to be careful there, because the Chinese companies and institutions have gotten very good in understanding the environment that we operate in. And I think that is our strategic mistake, that we think that they don't know how we operate. They do, because they have the best companies now in Brussels to know how to run tenders and how to win public tenders using Western expertise. They have the know-how now. I can bring another example in Albania. Only a few people, I think, know that Bankers, which was owned by the Canadian, that's one of the main oiling company in the country, but also the biggest oiling fields in Southeast Europe, is owned by a Chinese company. Now, it does not look as a Chinese foreign direct investment, because it was bought from Bankers, and so it's a foreign investment in Canada. They did not change the name of the company. They did not change people, and so they kept a very low profile, so only few people know that there's a Chinese company. So depending on the environment, they're really good to either raise their, political and, economic visibility, or maintain it low if it's not in their own interest. So here we have to be careful when it comes to how they understand the environment, the study environment, and go accordingly. So that is. Did I miss any point? Yes, I think that's a difference. And actually, I'm eager tomorrow when Janka will, make her presentation. All deals has to do with, the changed perspective in the changed assessment, also in the European Union when it comes to China, correlated also with Russia and how China reacted. Personally, I do not think that we have that level of understanding in the Western Balkans. And I think you have, the geographical distance between, of course, this is also in Europe, but you have more knowledge of what is going on in China. You don't have that in the Western Balkans. So I don't see that backlash in the...
My point was that you have the level of investment in the EU is dropping. Chinese investment.
Now, even there we have to be careful. So the level of investment in the EU is dropping because they understand the environment, so they do not want to be any more visible, and because you have the FDI screening mechanisms. But what is increasing, and the EU is not paying attention, is the level of investment with small and medium enterprises, where the level is lower than 100 million, so it does not fall into the screening mechanism. And what has been seen a huge expansion over the last 5 years is level of cooperation in research and development with universities, smaller universities in the European Union. So maybe in the big scale, in terms of big, companies and infrastructure, in macro levels, it's decreasing. But in micro levels, in terms of strengthening ties, it is increasing.
First Susan, then Alida, then Zsuzsa, and then Vračić and Wojciech.
Thank you, Ivans. Yeah, so I have two short questions and maybe a comment on the polling. So first question is on transparency. You talked about of their investments, so you talked about it at the beginning. And I wanted to ask you, because when it comes to the Western Balkans, whose fault is the lack of transparency? Because, for example, we had in Belgrade the facial recognition surveillance system installed, and local watchdog organizations could get reliable information about the system from the Chinese investor, from their website, and not from the Serbian government, for example. So that was an interesting, maybe it's an incident, but I'm just wondering if there is a general pattern. And second thing is about the Russian-Chinese cooperation in the region. I wonder, you briefly touched upon it, but I wonder if you can expand a bit more and, talking about the mining investments of China, for example, the Zijing company that invested in the copper mine in the east of Serbia, the second company that participated at the tender and that was a sore loser of that tender was a Russian company. So, I'm just wondering, if there is a general, if they cooperate more or if they clash more. And finally, this is more of a comment on the opinion surveys. I mean, I wouldn't, take them so much for granted. They merely reflect the effect of the local propaganda, on and shallow thinking of the population about certain geopolitical actors, rather than I would avoid taking it as a clear indicator of political preferences of the local population. But that, as a disclaimer, put aside. Nikola was referring to so in Serbia, for example, we have a BIEPAG opinion survey that we did with Ipsos in December, and talking about the geopolitical preferences of the population, 47.4% think Serbia should rely mostly on Russia, and 10.3% on China. But then, if you cross-reference this, results with the actual political preferences of the population, and even more importantly, on which media do they get their information from, you would see that by and large, this 47% come from the ruling party voters. So people who watch the ruling party propaganda, and then you have. And with this I finish, then you have like a clear understanding of why almost 30% of the population think that China is the main investor in the country, whereas in fact that's the EU, it's completely the opposite. So I think, these opinion polls, again, and this is more of my opinion, they reflect of the local propaganda, of the local willingness to portray a certain image of the geopolitical role of foreign actors in the country, than actually what China is doing by itself.
That was a very long question, Srđan. Okay, very briefly, Valbona, well done. This is really a little bit. Then once you started sort of putting forward the information, it seems like I knew very little. What I'm interested in is what Tim already asked to some extent. We have all heard about Ling Long company in Serbia and similar, where you have workers, not even Chinese, but Vietnamese being imported and all their rights being taken away from them. So do we have some clear evidence of deterioration of human rights and democracy in the Western Balkans due to the fact that we have Chinese investments and that Western Balkan countries are aggressively attracting these FDIs? That's one, the question. The other one is that if that's the case, what's the EU response to it? I mean, does the EU have any tools in order to sort of respond to these kind of democracy threats? Thank you.
Thank you. Super cool presentation. Thank you very much. And what you described, Valbona, is very much the pattern how the Chinese operate in Central Europe. Exactly, they use the similar methodologies. Hungary is in a different scale in terms of influence. But well, I would like to go to 2 points which already were raised at some point, but I think it's very, very important. The first of this FDI screening mechanism, because this is very true that the Chinese are present in a more hidden way, as you explained with the Canadian story, so they hide behind Western companies. But you also mentioned that they are present with loans. And I don't think that loans go under the FDI screening mechanism, and they build everything on loans in Hungary, which indebts the country very highly. And I think that's a big problem. So maybe with your proposals, you deal with this a bit more detailed, because I think it's a big trick and a huge danger for these countries. And the other thing is also the team story and the labor rights and everything. There's very little awareness of this, and I think it's very important because, for example, Huawei, which is a big employer in Hungary, which has a Central European hub there, is actually a good employer there. They pay high, but there is upcoming big projects in Central Europe, for example, the Fudan University and other things, on loan with Chinese companies, where actually this question is really very important. So I think this awareness raising, writing about, it should be make more noise about that. I think it's very important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent points in presentation. Valbona specifically. I have a question first to Nikola, because it seemed to me that you're hinting to something immediate that should be done in relationship to the EU, in that like, regarding Western Balkans, and regarding the European political community idea. Then the new French idea. Is it something that you would see as an opportunity, indeed, to increase, to make some, engagement with Western Balkans on that, or it's simply too vague and, So that's one point. The second point is, what are the chances regarding your proposals for recommendations, Valbona, on looking at potential transactionalist approach of decoupling from China in Western Balkan countries? You have seen these examples in Czech Republic, Slovakia, Lithuania. Lithuania is a failed example where they basically didn't get anything for decoupling. But is there even sort of a thinking among any of the government's political elites that there is a trade-off for building the engagement with China in order to have a chip in negotiations with the EU or US? Is that even a mindset to consider also and to build a recommendation on?
Thanks, Art. I think it's a brilliant panel, and it's also important because we tend to focus only on Russia and Ukraine these days. So I think for an opening panel, it's a very good choice. I would have two very short questions, both related to the soft power aspects. One for Nikola. Nikola, you told that the EU's image in the Western Balkans is in a free fall. Didn't the more or less unified or surprisingly unified response of the European Union to the Ukrainian crisis elevated the image of the European Union? So if you can elaborate a bit on that, I would be grateful. And one for Valbona. You told that China invests in this, let's say, cultural diplomacy and communication in the Western Balkans, and I would like to ask about the efficiency of that. In Hungary, for example, it's so stupid, so futile, so banal that nobody takes it. It's like China is sponsoring directly some news shows about touristic attractions in China. Who can afford in Hungary to go to China? And the show contains direct translations of party press releases, and no one listens to that, literally. Also, they have a website, a Facebook site in Hungary that is also translates the propaganda messages of the Chinese Communist Party directly, and it has just the flavor of the Politburo press statements in the 50s. So what's your? Do you have any research on the real impact of Chinese soft power? Because our experience in Central Eastern Europe, it's mostly utterly unsuccessful, and mostly what China is good at is more sharp power, but in soft power they are pretty big.
I'll try. Thanks. Okay, very briefly. I'll start with the soft power question. First, we need to have, I think we need to have research and data and look at the trends. We cannot look statically, what is happening. And then I have a question for you. The point is that, all this, propaganda might look very 50s to us, but does it look to the average citizen like that? And I think it's very subtle that just creating the positive image, not really sending, the clear messages on the political, on Communist Party and all that, but overall creating that image of a benign rising actor, of based on culture and all these things. So I think it's too early to say. We have to look, over time how that will develop. There was a question regarding decoupling. I don't know if there's going to be a real decoupling. No, I don't think so in the Western Balkans. What I think is that the leaders of the Western Balkans need to be smart, is that, they should be part of the transatlantic solutions when it comes to China. Should not be always seen, as problems. So even sometimes we have seen that for the narrative they raise that, we've seen, a higher Chinese engagement, so we want European or American investment. The concept needs to change. It has to be how the Western Balkan countries that want to integrate in the European Union and follow the foreign and security policy of the European Union, how can they be part of the transatlantic solutions when it comes to a transatlantic China strategy? That should be the change of the perception. And also we should not forget, even when we talk about decoupling, so you have NATO countries there. So you have security interest also. We don't know what's behind the contract regarding the road in Montenegro. What will be given back from the government if the government is not able to pay back. And we have seen similar examples. I think our strategic mistake is that we're not comparing, so we're taking things separately. We should not take the Western Balkans separate from Central Europe, from the European Union, and we should make comparative studies with Latin America. I have a friend that is studying Latin America. When I read his stuff, it's so similar with what's happening in the Balkans. So I think we should create those groups that we compare notes and see what are the strategies with Africa too. So we're not doing that, and I think that's criticism on us. There was the question, very good question regarding, the screening mechanisms when it comes to loans. Something that I did not mention, I did not have time, is, one of the negative consequences is the debt traps in the region. We have seen that throughout the Belt and Road Initiative, but we have seen them in the region. So it's 25% of the sovereign debt of Montenegro. It's almost 15. Yeah, it's almost 15 in North Macedonia, because the cost of the two highways is going up to $1 billion now. It has been raising, so it's not transparent. And then we have 12% in Serbia, so that is, becoming, I think, an issue. Everything that we have to do there is look at the financial sustainability and viability of these projects. And start from the road in Montenegro. It was not accepted from any of the international and European institutions because it was not viable. in the two roads in North Macedonia, there have been studies that I think, there's 60 to 70 years or something like that for the road to pay back the financing. And that is similar in all the other projects. So that is... then there was a question regarding the workers, which was a really good one. We have seen that throughout the Balkans that not only they're bringing workers with them, but they're leaving them behind. So in terms of per capita, Serbia is the country in Europe that has the largest amount of Chinese citizens. It's about 100,000 Chinese citizens now that live there. So this is something... And I think we have to learn from the lessons from other European countries. We have to look at Italy, you have to look at other countries, what has happened in the past, and what is, so we're not doing those comparative studies. I think that is what we're lacking. And there are no studies out there. That's very interesting. I wrote it down, so I'll look more specifically in my paper, how it could be some deterioration of the human rights, but of course, it is a concern for higher Chinese influence in the region, where Chinese standards on freedom of expression, fundamental human rights, China is ranking 177 out of 180 countries. Also, when it comes to the World, Press Freedom Index. So these are the issues that we need to be much more careful in looking at that. I think there were the questions. You answered most of those questions. So. Transparency. Of course, it's the responsibility of the governments in the region. They are responsible for setting the standards. It's not, the Chinese company, state-owned enterprise wants to do business, and it has, free way to do business the way that they want to do it. It's the responsibility of the government. That's how the EU can support those countries by helping raising the standards for doing business. And please do not, from the very beginning, I want to repeat it, I'm not against Chinese investment. These are important for the countries, but they have to be done with having in mind a level playing field that's also with the European companies. So maybe we have to shift the debate also with European companies, saying that who are the losers in the Western Balkans if you have more Chinese companies? It's the European companies, because they will not win the contracts. They will not win the concessions. They will not do business because they are not, favored compared to the Chinese companies that are subsidized or have, lower cost and lower standards and all that. And then you had this question regarding, I think, China and Russia, collusion. So, for example, it was the first time, actually, that we saw Beijing's influence when it comes to prevent Kosovo participation at international organizations. The first time was in 2015, when China voted against Kosovo's United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural, so UNESCO membership. And then the second time was in 2017, when Kosovo withdrew the application from Interpol because China was hosting it, that there was information that China will block that. So these are the two more recent cases where we have seen collusion. And of course, as also Ioannis mentioned, it was very unexpected what happened, with Bosnia-Herzegovina and China for the first time being meddling, openly in the political affairs in the region, more specifically in regarding the High Commissioner. Did I miss anything else? Okay, good. Thank you. Well, thank you for great questions. I mean, they will help me a lot in structuring the paper. Thank you so much.
Nicola will answer very briefly what's your question, because we will be coming back to this big question.
Yes, so first use this opportunity as a teaser with many of the fellows in this room and not here. We've been working on a paper that has a subtitle along the lines of six fixes for the Western Balkans 6, what to do with the accession process. So I won't go there, but the paper should be out tomorrow, I think. On Macron's idea, I think it's critically important for the EU to be loud in saying this is not replacing the EU enlargement. it makes sense at a geopolitical moment such as this to consolidate, so to put the countries of the continent on the right side of history, but there is not enough there to replace the promise of enlargement. So we have to be clear on this. And the question whether the region is encouraged by this sort of recently found unity, which is becoming a bit shaky in the last days, on many issues with regard to helping the victim, the Ukrainians, sanctioning the aggressor, Putin's Russia. But I think the EU is primarily seen from the perspective of the region on whether it delivers on its promises to the region. And here there is a big failure in the last years. So talking about polls, and I'm finishing with this sentence, it dropped for close to 50%, EU as a credible partner, to 9% in North Macedonia in a matter of a year and two. And our specific experience, EU is hardly seen as a principled player, community of values, etc. It has become a brand that says pleasing your neighbors on very anti-European issues, to be honest, identity, etc. So we have to take this seriously and fix it.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Thank you all for your patience. We will have a somewhat shorter coffee break, about 20 minutes, but let me just conclude on one sentence, and that is the point that Valbona concluded on. These countries badly need infrastructure investment. And that is why you're not looking at who is bringing the money. You just want people to bring in money to build highways, bridges, all sorts of various infrastructure, and to prop up industries that are manufacturing that is closing. So I think the recommendation, the EU should step in with a variety of regulatory conditionalities, because otherwise, I mean, it'll simply continue, and you're absolutely right to underscore that several times. So thank you, and our next panel will be with Oana Popescu Zamfir. So enjoy your coffee. all ready here for the next presentation, as relevant as all the others. We have Oana Popescu Zamfir, who will be talking about democratic resilience in the post-truth area. Lots to discuss, and to comment we have Krekó and Niccolo Milanese. So without further ado, Oana, you have your 15 minutes or so.
Thank you. And since my research is still ongoing on the topic, I have chosen to focus on essentially one area which has emerged, I think, as particularly interesting. It's a pretty large one and includes several other aspects, but I think I can essentially call it public spaces, because when we speak about democratic resilience, I think we really need to keep in mind that the fundamentals of democracy are to what extent there's genuine representation at the level of political institutions and also ability to participate in civic and democratic life. So that is why I have decided to look at the public spaces that perhaps don't exist anymore or not as much as they used to, and the public spaces that have emerged as places where democratic resilience can flourish, can be debated, can be nourished, or the opposite. And I would focus on that for a very specific reason in the context of the post-truth era, which is the second part of the title for the presentation. And that is that research has shown a direct link between people's feeling of appartenance to a certain community or to communities and their feeling of participation and their liability to be affected by disinformation, propaganda, manipulation of information, and so on and so forth. And I think this is particularly important now with Russia's war in Ukraine. And the first thing that I think can be noted is that throughout Europe, the existing communities have experienced the process of dissolution over the past years, with diversification and polarization of the society, with marginalization of various either social categories or geographical communities. And I was just having another look at the report on civic deserts of the Sofia platform in Bulgaria, which I very much recommend, which starts essentially from the electoral map in various countries and looks at the differences between the larger cities, urban areas, and the smaller urban areas and the rural areas, and their liability to fall prey to illiberal tendencies, and notes a direct correlation between the so-called civic deserts, where there are fewer possibilities for civic education, for civic participation, there is little aggregated civil society, and the tendencies to vote for illiberal authoritarian forces. So with this growing marginalization and polarization come lower levels of intra-societal trust, and specifically in Central Eastern Europe and Southeastern Europe, so also outside of the EU's borders, our societies have experienced very low levels of intra-societal trust. So we don't just mistrust politicians, we mistrust one another. And hence the feeling of alienation and people looking for alternative communities that they can feel they belong to and that can nourish their need for belonging, moves from the political space or from the civic space elsewhere. And that elsewhere is very often social media. We already know that people gather together in communities on social media on emotional grounds, creating, let's call them imaginary communities. And the kind of messaging and narratives that you find there cannot be defeated with rational arguments, with data. A few of us were discussing this even yesterday. And again, I emphasize in the context of the war in Ukraine, again and again, we are perplexed perhaps by how people buy into the Russian propaganda or other. We are perplexed by the kind of reality that people live in within Russia, because it's hard to understand from where we stand, which is most often in large urban communities where we have a choice, let's say, of communities to belong to. It's hard to understand how people see things and the reality that they live in places where there is no such thing. So they are happy to, like I said, nourish their need for belonging by buying into something they might even know is not necessarily true, but truth is not really a factor anymore. It's not a decisive factor for people's decision making, whether it comes to voting or any other social or political behavior or economic behavior. Truth has become less important as a defining factor. And like with any addiction, if you wish, the one thing that is being neglected when we discuss everything from media literacy to other options of trying to kind of snatch people away from propaganda, the one thing that we're missing is we fail to create alternative communities. We want them to leave those communities that they have chosen to belong to. We want them to leave the manipulative propaganda groups, but we don't offer them an alternative as to where to go. When we essentially, if you wish, prolong their journey in the civic desert without giving them an actual destination. Where public life offers these communities, then there is less alienation, and then there is more resilience, including to manipulation of information. The other important factor where that where the absence or presence of public spaces reflects on is debate. It's the essential dialogue leading to democratic consensus, inclusion, pluralism, whether it's at a political level or a civic level. On the level of political parties, where you would normally expect that consensus building to happen, in many countries, especially in immature democracies or transitioning democracies, every political party thinks of the other, especially of its main opponent, as being out to annihilate it. So it's that they feel that they're engaged in an existential fight, not just an ideological fight, not just a fight over political programs, but it's actually existential. And if they think annihilation is the other's agenda, then the possibility of dialogue and consensus building is dramatically reduced. The other option, and the other thing that we see, especially across our region, is actually cartelization, where political parties, without necessarily feeling that they're not out to annihilate one another, end up believing nobody is better off continuing the fight, and then they engage in cooperation. Depending on the level of corruption, most often this is about cooperation on sharing public money or EU funding. So essentially abandoning the ideological competition, the competition over political programs for the sake of simply sharing into the pie of the public budget. On the other level, what that creates is very often a fracture between the political agenda and the public agenda. I think, again, we see this increasingly in our countries. We've been, together with my institution, the Global Focus Center, we've been monitoring Ukraine-related messaging and narratives ever since the beginning of the war. And you very often see that the political agenda really doesn't evolve alongside the public agenda. And the other thing you see is that more than that, there's a fracture between the media agenda and the social media discourse. If you look at the media, I will just give you one example, and we've had several moments in Romania of relative panic over gas prices, over the potential shortages of oil and other commodities. And then we had a panic moment, let's say, over the distribution of iodine pills in case of a nuclear disaster. The media and the political debate didn't center much around the topic of iodine pills. There were maybe 2 or 3 days of a rather intense discussion on social media, and then it died down quite naturally. So it didn't really raise to the level of I don't know, expanded public panic over it. With significant delay, so when the discussion had died down on social media, the media actually picked it up, very much because of a lack of other news, and because the 24-hour news means you need to cover the war in Ukraine perpetually. There is not always much that you can necessarily add. So then they picked up on the topic of the iodine pills and what that means, and whether that means impending nuclear doom or whatever, and they kept sort of feeding it for another 2 or 3 days, when the actual public interest as manifested on social media was zero. Nobody cared about this. It was, if you were looking at the media, and this is what very often politicians do, they follow the public discourse and the public debate and the public agenda on the media. But then what happens is that this case is very telling for the fact that if you only look in the media, then you will actually see the media agenda, especially in many countries where media ownership is very often corrupt and there's a nexus of political and business interest. Then this will be extremely misleading, because public interest is really not necessarily there. So social media emerges as an alternative public space for discussion and debate, which presents both its advantages, and in my research, the freedom of internet does come out as one of the main factors for democratic resilience. But then at the same time, because it's new and unregulated, and obviously the individual has limited capacity to fight organized campaigns, especially if they are heavily funded and instrumentalized by entities or individuals who know how to do this and have the resources. Obviously, it presents its challenges. And another challenge it presents is that precisely because it's unregulated, it creates opportunities, additional opportunities for governments with authoritarian tendencies to try and get even more control over public debate. And very often, this is actually under the disguise of safeguarding democratic values, because the alternative that's presented to the public is either we, who are your elected representatives, will regulate it, or else we leave this in the hands of unaccountable private companies, and this is undemocratic. So then we have a good reason to try and do this from a state perspective. I think the other the other interesting thing that we see is that when it comes to public places for discussion and debate, there are vibrant places, and in the countries that I have analyzed, I could discuss Poland, Hungary, Moldova, Romania, meaning these countries are either under scrutiny for democratic backsliding or for unfinished transition, and then at least there is debate, there is pressure, even if it's limited pressure on state actors toward democratic resilience, but there is debate and there is pressure. And there are silent places, and the results are not there yet, but to be honest, Austria seems like one of those silent places, because and that is actually the case in many other Western European countries which think of themselves as established democracies, and then they haven't really felt the need to discuss democratic resilience internally. It has started to come out, and I think we see it extremely visibly in France now with the elections. I think the main phenomenon that we see is how the electorate has moved toward the fringes, whether left or right, but there's very little in the center, again, whether center left or center right, and even centrists have had to court extreme forces to be able to get a majority. We see the same in the UK following Brexit. I think we see increasing contestation and dissatisfaction with the actual system. And I think we also see it very much in the context of migration. And migration, apart from being a very polarizing subject itself, I think is one that brings up existing problems. Against the backdrop of migration, other issues such as social justice, inequality, an unreformed labor market, all of these things come out with migration as a pretext. It's not necessarily the problem, it's the pretext for people who have not voiced their dissatisfaction to bring out their problems. And when it comes to migration, and I think in the context of Mark Leonard's most recent book that argues that exposure to diversity brings conflict, not necessarily cooperation, I would say democratic resilience is determined by exposure to diversity, but also by the existence of a framework to integrate that diversity, where exposure to diversity is outside of any framework to bring about inclusion, then indeed it does bring about rather conflict and clashes. And when it comes to alternative spaces, we see political activism decreasing. That's really a widespread phenomenon. See the low levels of participation in French elections again. But we see civic activism increasing. And I think, again, when we say public spaces and when we think about democracy, we normally think of the institutions of representative democracy. But more and more, we should be looking for drivers of democratic resilience outside of those institutions. Because these institutions haven't reformed at the speed that people feel they would need them to reform to be genuinely represented, there's actually much more vibrant participation happening within civil society, even the non-associative civil society, ad hoc movements mobilizing on social media, for instance. Entrepreneurs tend to generate in various countries their own dynamics and movements because they can move faster than politicians can actually move. So below the strata of political representation and the political class, there is a completely different world which we tend to not analyze in a structured way because we tend to think in terms of representative institutions. However, and again, I think we see this in our region, people still eventually, even protest movements or civic activism seeks a conduit to political action, to political decision making, because decision making still happens at a political level. And where that doesn't happen, and there's, let's say, ongoing public protest, but then it doesn't translate into any sort of political action, because perhaps there is no political alternative. People cannot identify any political force to take their grievances on board. Then what happens is public fatigue and disengagement. And that is obviously the opposite of resilience. And I will end by saying sometimes there is communication between these public spaces, between the political ones and the civic ones. Whether it's government cooperation with civil society or whether it's government-private sector cooperation and so on, we have examples of resilience. For instance, if we look at the Republic of Moldova, the Action and Solidarity Party of current President Maia Sandu won the elections by abandoning the traditional geopolitical divide between pro-Western and pro-Russia, and actually embracing a socio-economic agenda. And so she managed to gather the votes of both pro-Russians and pro-Europeans. I have a sense that with the war in Ukraine, that would probably change, and it's hard to maintain this stance, but still, you know, in a normal context, that did happen. The same is probably true for the ongoing stability in power, relative stability at least, of the Law and Justice Party in Poland, and even in Hungary. The fact that they do deliver, at least to some extent, on socioeconomic policy making. And the other example, unfortunately, is where these civic movements do migrate to politics under the form of civic parties, let's say, and that has happened in Hungary, it has happened in Romania, in many other places. Unfortunately, many of them tend to fail because they are outsiders, because they face a choice between being co-opted by a corrupt system or trying to make it outside of the system, so being in government, but at the same time being outsiders. And that is a challenge many of them, especially without previous political experience, cannot work out. And then the other extreme, let's say, and I will tell you about a non-European example, Tunisia, the only democracy that has emerged after the Arab Spring, is now going through a very interesting period from the point of view of democratic resilience, with a president who has come to power as an independent, a former law professor, on the background of severe dissatisfaction with the political class and with standards of living after the promise of the Arab Spring. And he has come to power on a rule of law agenda. And then in a very short space of time, he has suspended parliament. He's been firing prosecutors, appointing judges. He will be changing the constitution in the next 2 months. He's been ruling by decree. He has been taking advantage of a state of emergency that's been ongoing for many years since Tunisia had some terrorist attacks, and everything with public support, which is starting to diminish, but it's still a very interesting case of how the international community itself is somewhat paralyzed. Tunisia very much depends on aid from the EU and the US, but neither of these has actually been bold enough to take action, because the agenda of the president benefits from the support of the public, and the alternative, which is a moderate Islamist party, which is extremely corrupt and influential at all levels of the administration, is equally bad both for Tunisia and the international community. So sometimes, unfortunately, there are no good options. However, even then, the main drivers of democratic resilience are at the level of the civic activist class, which kind of has one red line, which is never go back to the Ben Ali period and never go back to anarchic, violent movements. So these are just a few thoughts here and there on how public spaces are interlinked with democratic resilience. Obviously, there's so much more to talk about, and it's democratic resilience is composed of so many other elements, but I think these tend to be overlooked, and so I think it would be interesting if within your areas of expertise and your geographical areas of interest, you would increasingly look outside of the political decision-making mechanism and the political structures to what these political structures might look like 15 years from now, under pressure from a much from a civic community that's changing much faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oana. Thank you very much. Lots to discuss, and since you ended up on the civic red line, I think I'll carry on. Nicola Milanese from European Alternatives and our fellow, Niccolo.
Thanks, Ivan. Thanks, Ioannis, for the excellent presentation. I'm going to pick up on a couple of keywords in your presentation and add one keyword, which for me is crucial. I flew here from France, and we're between the two legs of the legislative elections, and a statistic that's not sufficiently discussed, but you're all aware of, is that 70% of people under the age of 35 didn't vote in the first round. I mean, you could, looking from afar, you could think, okay, whatever you think of the different parties that are involved, maybe there's a kind of engaging program of the NUPS, the left-wing alliance that's finally been formed, or you could be enthusiastic about, a young president like Macron and so on. Well, people under the age of 35, they're not really. They're not turning up to vote, at least. And so, the kind of problems that Oana was talking about are clearly not restricted to one region of Europe. European Alternatives was involved in one of the most extensive studies of youth attitudes to political engagement between 2017 and 2021, led by the University of Geneva, in which we did an enormous survey of young people throughout Europe when it came to their political dispositions. And one of the main keywords that came out is exactly the one that Oana started with, around space. Spaces of participation, spaces of socialization, and even spaces to live in. One of the major concerns is rents and having a decent enough size space to live in, but also in very much related to what Ioannis said, young people from right across Europe were saying, we want to have non-privatized public spaces in which we can meet. And what was missing from our childhood and our development was, having a place where we could play football without having to pay to get in, or go and, work out in the gym without having to pay an enormous fee. So I think that these primary spaces of socialization for the youngest are crucial aspects for us to reflect on if we're thinking about these democratic problems. And I think that the key word that I want to add in that Ioana didn't mention, but I will refer to several times, is the workspace. Most people still in Europe go to work somewhere, and this is a primary place where they socialize, they discuss, and they're also, in a way, influenced, formatted in their thinking by the tasks they have to do. And it seems to me that the whole debate around disinformation, manipulation of information, social media, the post-truth and so on, tends to miss out the dimension of, well, what's happening in people's workplaces? How are they being managed? How are they being manipulated? How are they being treated as if they were robots rather than self-conscious, reflexive human beings. And so I think the workplace is a crucial space for us all to be looking at. As Oana sort of indicated, where community is not being possible, nonetheless, people try to create community in other spaces, in social media or alternative spaces. And I tend to agree with what Ioannis said, that the problem with many of these spaces is that they're not political in a very specific sense. One of the, to my mind, great reflectors on the nature of political community and also civic education, Paulo Freire, would have been 101, I think, this year, the Brazilian educator, insisted that the creation of community has to be based on the self-reflexive participation and empowerment of the oppressed. Otherwise, it's not a kind of community, it's a form of control from above. And so Paulo Freire was obsessed with how can you do a pedagogy of the oppressed in a way that they themselves start a political reflection on their own empowerment. And I think that the problem with many of the alternative spaces in which socialization and community is being built is that this self-reflexive political realization, political consciousness, is either ruled out by the algorithms which govern the spaces, or is not fostered by those who are leading in those spaces, either because they're not interested in politics at all, they're business-led actors, or because, and it's just as problematic, they're civically motivated actors who have lost all interest in or in the political space. And so this kind of fragmentation of different life worlds that someone like Nicholas Luhmann talks about has become extreme, and it's highly problematic because, politics is never going to become irrelevant. A friend of mine, Franco Bifo Berardi, the Italian philosopher, likes to say that politics is dead. It's not about politics anymore. It's about what's happening in other spaces, in cultural spaces. I like Bifo, but I totally disagree with him. Politics is always going to be relevant. You can't just have alternative spaces in which other things are happening. Politics is making the crucial decisions. And the problem with these alternative spaces is not to integrate a political reflection which would allow the empowerment of the oppressed. Last point is, in contexts of democratic fatigue or so on, Albert Hirschman's three words about exit, voice, or loyalty are always crucial to reflect on. Many people from the region that you're focusing on are, of course, exiting. Huge demographic flows of people into other European countries, notably Germany, but not only. We need to have a reflection on what kinds of spaces of community are they being introduced into. Notably, and I come back to it, the workplaces that they are in. And I am fearful to say that the kind of workplaces that the European Union's legislation is facilitating their introduction into are spaces in which they don't have citizenship, they have a kind of second-class denizenship. And that is not conducive to the development of political consciousness.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I will put the issue of democratic resilience in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and I would tell two episodes of European resilience and two stages of European resilience in the light of the events. And I would start by saying that, so the question is that what impact the Russian-Ukrainian conflict or the invasion has on the resilience of Europe as a whole. And I think the first episode is on democratic resilience, and it's a bright episode. It's a happy episode, mainly. Even despite the horrible events and tragic events that happened in Ukraine, Ukrainians, first of all, proved to be much more resilient in a military sense and also in a psychological sense to Russian invasion than many expected. It gave some positive, I would say some positive momentum for Europe as well. Europe received some kind of positive role models in Volodymyr Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. And finally, it was not just like in Ukraine you have people who going out and protest waving the European flag, but the other way around as well. You had Europeans who were waving the Ukrainian flag as well. The response of the West when talking about the political dimension was, I would say, unexpectedly united. Six sanctions package have been passed in the European Union. I don't think that Vladimir Putin have ever thought that it is going to be possible. And of course, for example, from Hungary, it's easier to see the disagreements than the agreements, but what have been achieved already, I think, is rather historic. Germany, France, Italy, the most dovish and biggest, most influential countries in the European Union could overstep their shadows in some extent at least, with armed deliveries and also with introducing sanctions that really hurt their economies, in a lot of cases against their economic elites. We could see that the return of history have brought some positive results as well. And yes, in the really horrific events that happened in Bucha, for example, I think it's a stark reminder that history still exists. And the optimists say that it might have some positive impact, like the World War II had on European history, that it's a reminder that this is the authoritarian alternative that you want to avoid because it leads to war and suffering and death. A counterpoint to democratic Europe. Some even say that Europe has shown finally that it's a superpower in many sense and can act strategically, can act united. EU and NATO has become more attractive, or let's say NATO. Let's focus on NATO here, more attractive than in the last few decades, with new member states want to join and others are considering. Countries like Bulgaria closing their airspace to Russian airplanes. No one could have really expected something like that. Slovakia becomes one of the most hawkish countries. If you take a look at the public opinion, it's not something, again, that you would expect. I was at the Globsec Forum 2 weeks ago, and the Prime Minister of Slovakia delivered the Globsec Prize to the people of Ukraine with about 20 MPs from Ukraine, from the Rada, on the stage. And it was really moving. And it is, I think, rather unexpected. And we can say that transatlantic ties seem to be stronger than ever before. What we could see in the public opinion in the first episode, wave of solidarity and self-sacrifice. Even in countries like Hungary, 70% of the voters told that they are rather welcoming towards Ukrainian refugees. Among the member states, most of the European voters have supporting Ukraine. Also, they were supportive towards sanctions, supportive towards refugees, and 77%, according to the Barometer survey of Europeans, are in favor of a common defense and security policy, and it's a harsh rise from what we could see before. In the first episode, in terms of disinformation, we could see that Russian disinformation utterly failed to persuade big chunks of European public opinion. Many Russian disinformation assets, Russia Today and Sputnik, are not available anymore. And if you are just massacring people, it's really hard to persuade the audience that you're a good guy. By the end of the day, we can see that the image of Russia is plummeting in all over Europe. So this is the first episode, and I'm afraid that the first episode is over. And we are heading toward the second episode, which is much more grim and much more dark. With just yesterday I listened to an economist podcast. An economist has been one of the most hawkish voices, I think, when it comes to Ukraine. And there was one podcast, which was about the sanctions against Russia, and especially Russian oligarchs, is probably, so we should be very cautious about for how long they are kept in place. Prolonging sanctions can be harmful for not just the economy, but for international environment and so on. 3-4 weeks ago, I could never imagine something similar was raised in Economist. So in terms of politics, in the second episode that has just already started, I think, more and more reluctance you find to support Ukraine's war in the light of huge inflation, economic problems, and the dangers of stagflation. Unity of the EU will be kept more and more difficult, and not only because of Hungary. I think many member states are happy that Hungary is standing in the front line in opposing sanctions, but there are many more silent supporters among EU member states. In terms of politics also, what we have just analyzed the data, and surprisingly, there is no major drop of the popularity of pro-Russian far-right parties in Europe. So despite the fact that their friend Vladimir Putin is massacring people in Ukraine, you see that their support is more or less on the same level. And yeah, we could see that in France, for example, 42% of the voters voted in favor of Marine Le Pen, who is one of the voices, similar to Orban's, that calls against sanctions, that calls for more dialogue with Russia and to go back to some kind of normalization of geopolitical relationship. So what we can see in the public opinion, solidarity evaporates. We can already see signs of that. Xenophobia is on the rise. Okay, we had enough of this Ukrainian refugees. They have huge cars coming here. They don't fight their war. Why should we fight their war? As many ask, why should we support sanctions? Why the European citizens is increasingly in a bad economic shape. So there is a sanctions fatigue generally, and also an increasing blaming the victim attitude. And I think one important result from the recent ECFR poll that Mark Leonard and Ivan Krastev have just wrote about is that the peace camp in the European Union is bigger than the justice camp. So the peace camp is about that, let's get over the war as soon as possible, let's make some compromise, give some territory, and then we ask for cheap food and cheap energy. The peace camp is about 35% of the European electorate, while the justice camp is about 25%. They are the ones who say that giving up to Russia and giving compromise to Russia would just be more problematic on the longer run, and Ukraine has to be defended. When it comes to disinformation, what I expect that in the second episode there will be more and more demand for Russian disinformation narratives that not about Russia is great, but about the West is bad and unable to handle the economic problems. We can remember that the soft power appeal of the West have declined dramatically in 2008-2009. I'm afraid that we can expect something similar, and it will be not just far-right parties that will call for reconsidering the sanctions policy, but more and more mainstream parties as well. And the big question, and I'm not saying that the first episode will be totally over and the second episode will totally undo all the achievements of the historic first episode. It's more of a question than a comment that how long the second episode can run, but the longer the second episode is going to be, the more deadly it can become on not just European cooperation, but I think democratic resilience as well. So I think in the next phase, in the episode 2, politicians in Europe has to be much more creative on how to resist these siren voices and anti-democratic and let's say anti-Ukrainian and selfish nationalist voices, because I think in the episode 1 it was easier than many expected.
Thank you very much, Peter. These are truly huge questions, and as everyone has mentioned, the recent first round of the parliamentary elections in France is just another in a series of episodes of disengagement. And I think we have to fathom and digest the numbers that we have talking about. And Niccolo mentioning that 70% of the under 35 did not vote. And when you look at the abstention that was close to 53%, that means that in fact, of the French electorate, only 11% voted for Macron's party and 11% for NUPES. I think one needs to pause and think about the numbers, and the political is fundamental. I agree with Nicola and basically what Oana was saying, that where is the understanding? Without the politics, we will get nowhere. And of course, all the other spaces, whether it's civic and public and private public or the workspace, all of this is fundamental. But there's something deeply troubling that is happening in our societies. Okay, I see Soli's hand first, and then Leszek, and then Wojciech and Srđan. So let's start with Soli. We have about 17 minutes because it's very close to the restaurant, so okay. We'll go until 1:10. Soli.
First of all, thank you for both the presentation and the comments. I may have missed it, but I didn't hear the word inequality. Because everything that you three of you have said suggests to me that you're all talking about a crisis of legitimacy in different tones, in different versions. And I suspect one of the main reasons for that lack of legitimacy or delegitimation is inequality. I would think that one of the consequences of the series of crises we've seen since 2008-9, that is the financial and economic crisis, Eurozone, COVID, and now, is that it undermined the power of the corporations, and there will have to be a redress of the power balance between states and corporations. States, by the way, that are very indebted. And what I see is, particularly in the United States, this is glaring. The corporations are fighting tooth and nail. And you can see this in the way many of those who forswore they would never support Trump financially, or Trumpists, are now basically throwing billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars to Trumpist candidates. So if that is indeed the case, then what is space? What does space do, whether it be the working space or socializing space, to redress this lack of faith in democracy?
Sorry, not Leszek.
Thank you. Thank you. It was very informative and very inspiring. And I wanted also not only congratulate you, the panelists, but also IWM of not using the word crisis, democratic crisis in the topic, because that would suggest that we believe that we are going through the period of turbulence, but then things will come back to normal. And I think we have to understand that things will never be normal if we define normal, but what we remember from the pre-2007-8 crisis or from the Cold War era or early 90s. And the reason is that society has changed, the Cold War is not here, and the domination of the liberal democratic empire, which is the United States, is declining, a relative power of US is declining. And therefore we have to be, and of course the main reason that communications is completely transformed. We are not sure, because we can't be sure if even if the social media is compatible with liberal democracy as such. And so my kind of question or challenge to you is like, do you think that one of the reasons perhaps of the, national populist revival, or actually maybe not triumph, but constant support, is that in today's era of collapsing unity of the West, but also of internal society, I mean, societies internally, is so much easier to be on the offensive and negative mobilization. And do you think that one of the reasons why the liberal democratic camp is in such a big distress is that it's seen, and I think rightly so, as defending status quo. And status quo is not acceptable to many people for many reasons. Of course, inequality is one of them, but I think it will be too easy to say that, because if you see the countries like Poland, Hungary, actually inequality was, well, and especially economic situation was much worse when we had actually a very large support for the kind of mainstream parties. And actually with the lowering of inequality and rising the economic conditions, we saw the support for the far right and nationalist populist party. So it would be too easy to just explain it with the economic explanation. The same goes for the United States, for the Scandinavian countries, for example. So my question to you, do you think it is possible to transform the liberal democratic camp in a way it's not seen as a conservative, in a way, trying to pretend to defend the status quo? It's being open enough to embrace the change. Because now I think one of the reasons of the success for voters who are not, because Jan Werner Miller wrote a very important sentence, that those who vote for populists are not necessarily populists themselves. But many of them choose the populist camp because they seem to be the only ones who are challenging the mainstream politics. This is one of the reasons of the Trump support, the Brexit support. Do you think that it's possible to transform the liberal democratic camp in a way that is not just resilient, but also it's offensive in a way of bringing new supporters, new voters to this message? Thank you.
Thanks. First question is pretty straightforward. So it's about the younger people non-participating. So what switches them off? What are the triggers for switching them off? To understand where's the problem, perhaps that would be my question, to try to answer that. There, if I may, there is, to hint, one working hypothesis is the effectiveness. In the Polish case, there are two studies that are not directly about it, but they hint at it. Markowski Research 2020 and Kucharczyk 2021 that show that pro-Europeans in the younger generation are becoming Eurosceptic, EU skeptic, because of ineffectiveness in dealing with the things that that matter. And my question, comment to what Peter was also mentioning, the Globsec trends indeed, they show the support, the increase of support. But if you compare it to the same period of research done by IFOP, a French research agency, also from March, you would see that in Italy, France, and Germany, and there was also Poland, but this is not an outlier in any sense here, this level of support for Ukraine, the opinions on Russia, were by at least 10% higher in a sense of our mindset, transatlantic mindset, let's say, than regarding Ukraine and Russia. And in a way, I am appalled by that. In Central Eastern Europe, what we see is that there is not so strong support from the public opinion for the case of Ukraine as we, and I would imagine that there should be, could be. I would even hint at more of a north-south divide in Central Europe growing when it comes to the public opinion. What is in reverse is that how the governments react, because the governments react, as you properly, I mean, very, very, very well described with the case of Slovak Prime Minister, who's really a statesman going against the public opinion of Slovakia in what he's doing and what he's demonstrating. Because by now we know the opinion polls are showing Slovakia is going to be taken over by unless the guy goes to jail, hopefully, by Fico again. And you know, in the Western countries, it has been more or less the opposite in terms of at least strategic communication. So the question, perhaps again, is here: aren't we too optimistic about Central Europe overall position on Ukraine and Russia?
Thanks. So I have a question for Oana. Maybe to bring your initial presentation to the example of the, also the transition countries, if we can call them that, still that joined the EU in 2004 and later, and the current candidate and potential candidate countries. For a long time, at least in our context, democratization has been externally driven. Europe was this magnet and almost a synonym for reforms. And have we since then developed internally driven capacity for democratization and reform, or do we have a void still in that sense? And I think, when talking about Romania and Bulgaria, you could talk about the Western Balkans as well. It's pretty similar in that sense. So that's my question. And maybe, I don't know, to Niccolo, it's very particularly connected with France, but is it fair to take on the example of parliamentary elections as significant to the dropping interest of the population in politics? Because, since the reform of the constitution, at least since the presidential mandate has been shortened from 7 to 5 years, parliamentary elections in France were pretty, almost a meaningless exercise. So this is probably the first time this will not be the case. So I wonder, this is my question, and do you think that in the second round, the participation may raise?
Thank you. Niccolo kind of referred to Albert Hirschman's famous exit, voice, and loyalty categories, but I think there is one more in the debate, which came up in the debate later on, which is sufferance. And if you think of what Nikola Dimitrov mentioned in the morning, especially with respect to the Western Balkan region, there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of sufferance, there's unprecedented decline of optimism and expectations towards the European Union, down to, from whatever was it, 70% down to 9%, so mind-boggling demoralization in this area. But the same we find also in other parts of Europe for other grounds. If the typology, if the empirical findings are correct, attributing about a third of the population, in public opinion, 32% to the peace camp and 24%, kind of a quarter of the population on the justice camp, on the war in Ukraine in this second stage, in this second post enthusiastic kind of stage. The biggest camp, so to speak, is still those who are undecided, have no answers, up for grabs, if you wish so. And I think we should not forget about the ambivalence in this, this rapidly shifting alignments which are possible. If we think that in the German debate, for instance, these two letters to the Chancellor, from Alice Schwarzer and others, as against Daniel Kehlmann and others. But if you listen to these people carefully, like Daniel Kehlmann said, well, would somebody have asked me not a couple of weeks later, but the second day of the war, I myself, out of pure ignorance or maybe also optimism, would have thought that Ukrainians cannot stand this for more than a couple of days. And I may have signed petitions the other way around as I would, So we should not kind of underestimate this very deep ambivalence. And most of us, if honestly, feel elements of both these kind of basic positions in some moments in time and in these political debates. So the question is, how long can governments work against the overwhelming or a significant part of their populations? And the more, hosting refugee families in a family setting in summertime is so much different from doing the same thing in winter. And so the fatigue will inevitably set in. And this is not, so I think we should be prepared for a second or the third stage of what is going on. And we should take very seriously into account these very deep ambivalences, despite all the partisanship which could be mobilized, but not endlessly, and how much sufferance to one's own population can be, or if you will, comfort zone out of which many of us are not unwilling to step out. This is a significant component of what we call resilience, and it may relatively rapidly shift, and I could give stories of single incidents who completely convert, make a basic shift in public perception within days. And we had this in the 14-15 crisis, we have it today. A single event in front of a Viennese luxury hotel, people beating each other up, people have been waiting for those kinds of it, but once they happen, and they inevitably happen, it may completely turn around. So I think we should keep this on our.
Continue on these fundamental questions. Oana first.
So let me start with Soli's question. Thank you, Soli. I think I essentially named inequality when I said marginalization and so on and so forth. But you have a very good point, and I think a lot of what's been discussed in the comments and questions afterwards has to do with the interplay between two things that are disconnected but are connected in many people's minds, and that is good governance and democracy. Democracy never promised good governance. The only promise it makes is that you can change the elected government if you don't like what it delivers. It doesn't promise you're going to get good governance. But especially in more affluent, prosperous societies, the expectation that governance will yield both democracy and prosperity is there. And in many ways, if you look at the poorer countries and the ones that have known a history of conflict, you will find that they are more resilient both in terms of societal resilience and democratic resilience, even if their democracy is way less perfect, to use a barbarism, than the European one, but it might be more resilient simply because their expectations are somehow lesser. And when it comes to the West, I think it's even the expectation is more than just more equality. I think it's more social justice. In many of these marginalized categories and communities are actually prepared to accept a certain level of inequality. There are also highly unequal countries where there is significant democratic resilience. And Tunisia, which I mentioned, is just one of these examples. But what people do expect is more social justice and kind of the expectation that they can have agency and they can be recognized equal citizens, so they have equal citizenship, let's say, as everybody else, I think is growing. When you mention states and versus corporations, I think that's a very important aspect, because we often think of democratic resilience in terms of the state sector and governance. We think of civil society. We don't give a lot of attention to the private sector. Private sector practices, the relationship between private sector and civil society is there, any cooperation? Does the private sector cultivate and fund and support civil society, or does it not? All of these things are very important precisely because we have seen, I think, in the context of Russia's war in Ukraine, that the impact of corporations deciding outside of the direct recommendations of their home states to withdraw from Russia is extremely impactful. So the power of corporations which have done so not just for reasons, I mean, not just and sometimes not for reasons of profit, benefit, but rather because they are more affected by and more immediately affected by public opinion shifts than politicians, which tend to be affected depending on electoral cycles, whereas companies suffer reputational crisis immediately. So their decision to withdraw is extremely impactful, and then you would expect that the private sector plays as important a role in cooperating with civil society as perhaps the state. When it comes to attitudes toward support for Ukraine, I would have serious reservations on measuring democratic resilience in crisis. I mean, I think the ECFR poll results are very interesting when it comes to what we can expect from decision makers in the war in Ukraine. But genuinely, when you present people with the option, do you want A or B? Do you want, let's say, freedom or security? They will go according to the Maslow pyramid, really, with their fundamental needs. Security is a necessity. Democracy is a luxury in many ways and for many. So when you ask questions in a war context, you know, and when people are afraid, do you choose security or justice? Do you choose peace or justice? It is not surprising that a lot of people will go for the fundamental option. And I would feel the same about the decline of the West. I do have a problem, and I think this is a cliche. I think you have a growing global competition. You don't necessarily have a decline of the West, you have a relative decline of the West by comparison to the relative ascendance of other competing powers. And last to Sergian's question, yeah, I mean, have we developed an internally driven capacity for reform? Yes and no, because I think every time you look at any given country, you have to keep in mind that really polarization is extreme throughout Europe, whether in established or transitioning democracies. I think we have, the world has changed. We have developed many alternative models of democratic resilience and demand for democracy and so on, but that is limited to a certain part of the population. The other part of the population has reacted rather in the opposite way, and the difference between the 2004-2008 waves of accession and now is that for us, for instance, the EU was the only option. There was no competition from anyone else in the region at the time, and it was the prospect of either the EU and the West or Russia, which was looming large as a threat still. So that was a window of opportunity where the choice was much easier. Right now you do have competition, so people are faced with many alternative offers, and then they will pick and choose, and including a mix. So I think what we see, and not just outside of the EU, but within the EU, is we can tailor-make this mix that we're gonna choose depending on what we need at a certain point in time. And yeah, is that a problem for democratic resilience? Yes, but I think things are really not black and white. I mean, I don't think you can speak about one country and say, you know, is it resilient look at Moldova. Moldova 2 years ago was on a completely pro-Russian path. Socialists in power, corruption, everything seemed to point in the direction of Moldova being a lost case for the EU. Auspicious moment, the Action and Solidarity Party wins, and now it's on the completely opposite path. But underneath, is this sustainable? Hardly. And this is, again, sometimes you have institutionalized forms of resilience which tend to be more lasting, and sometimes you have elite agency and auspicious moments when specific elites, like in North Macedonia, for instance, make crucial decisions, and other times when they don't, like with Orban.
Okay, a sentence each.
Okay. Inequality's massively increased over the past couple of years, but it's not new that there's inequality. If one reads Machiavelli, the conflicts between, the class conflicts between the plebeian class and the patrician class was what made the republican virtue of the Roman Republic. And so my question is less about inequality when it comes to democracy, but why are the oppressed not fighting back, not mobilizing, or not politically participating? And for that, we need to look at the socialization of them. And, you know, in one sentence, I'll have to be quite vague. I think what's happened is the rapturous capture of the creative potential of the imagination.
Good. Peter, one sentence.
Yeah, just very quickly on 2 points. One on Leszek's. I think your point on the west-east, the north-south divide in Central Eastern Europe is pretty valid, and probably the distance to Kaliningrad is a good measurement on how alarmist the public opinion is. And I think you're right that in Central Eastern Europe, you have these narratives, Russian narratives proliferating from the beginning, and also you have this emerging narrative that these are just the Cold War dinosaurs that are calling for more and more sanctions against Russia. But I think it's still remarkable that despite, even in countries like Slovakia and Hungary, you have parts of public opinion polls that shows high level of solidarity towards Ukraine and high resentment towards Russia. And at that point, I have to a bit disagree with you, Oana, on the tendencies and trends in public opinion. There is no such automaticity that in crisis period you definitely go for the security option, and that after the first polls in the war, you could just see in United States and in most countries in Europe that voters expressed that they would be ready to give up a lot of their, let's say, financial assets and security, financial security to support Ukraine. Were they honest or not? This is another question. But politicians can create norms that bring voters towards this conformity, and they are looking also. They are not just looking for security, but also want to be good citizens and express some moral attitudes. What I'm afraid of, and right now I think you're totally right, that we are heading towards a direction where security is the only thing that is becoming important.
Okay, Oana, thank you very much. Thank you to Peter and Niccolo. Thank you. We commence here at 2:30. Thank you.
1, 2.
Yesterday, all my trouble seems. Just continue.
A very warm welcome to all of you for this afternoon session. This last session of the day, and then we have a discussion about the network and the future of the alumni group. I hope you have an enjoyable lunch and some coffee. It gives me distinct pleasure to introduce Amanda Coakley, who will be the presenter this afternoon. The theme will be Ultra-Conservatism in Central Europe. And to comment, we will have Alida Vračić and Wojciech Przybylski. And of course, a special welcome to Rosa Balfour and Isabel Ioannis, who suffered a long trip to come to this wonderful island and the annual meeting of the Europe's Futures Fellows. Amanda.
Hello. Nikki, are you okay? Am I good to go? Yeah. Go. So yeah, I've been told repeatedly by Dimitrov that this is the hardest session of the day because it's just after lunch and I'm the one stopping you from going to the beach. So I will be quick and to the point, and we'll make our way through this as quickly as possible. My name is Amanda Coakley. I'm a journalist, mainly for foreign policy, and my project this year has been looking at the ultra-conservative movement in Central Europe. Now, Wojciech and I dispute the term ultra-conservative, which I am sure he will mention in his comments, or maybe not. I'm not sure. Okay, well, you might bring it up. But yes, I refer to it as ultra-conservative. But it's basically the term that I like to use. Okay, so in late May, over 100 people gathered in central Budapest for the 4th Transatlantic Summit of the Political Network for Values, committed to defending life, strengthening the family, and promoting freedom through a concrete agenda of public policies, legislative changes, and cultural initiatives. The group, which was a mix of people from Europe and beyond, supported the belief that they were living in a time of ideological colonization. The family and fundamental freedoms had to be protected, they agreed. The stakes had never been higher. Now, given that Mel Gibson was arguably the most high-profile person to attend the event, it would be easy to dismiss it as a meeting of outsiders who cannot realistically effect any real change on society. And I really think to do so would be a mistake. The event took place at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, just a few minutes from the Hungarian Parliament, which, as we know, is now controlled by Viktor Orban and his Fidesz party. And he is, of course, and his supporters are, political supporters are, some of Europe's most ultra-conservative leaders. The former head of this group that hosted the event in Budapest is Katalin Novak, who is Hungary's newly elected president and a champion of so-called traditional family values. Throughout this, you'll hear me put so-called in front of lots of things, because basically what the ultra-conservative groups throughout Europe are doing is that they're basically hijacking phrases like traditional family, and what they mean by that is the nuclear family, and I just think we have to be careful about not kind of giving them that leeway. So in the past year, Central Europe's ultra-conservative groups have undergone numerous shifts. In Poland, groups like Order Juris have continued to advocate for conservative reforms and grow their international outreach. But in early 2022, the organization was plagued by a scandal that basically destroyed their carefully crafted PR image. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has shifted some regional focus away from defending so-called family values to defending sovereign states. In the United States, ultra-conservative groups are poised for the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which will no doubt booster the anti-choice movements across Europe. All the while, concerns around population decline grow, and new plans like the pregnancy register in Poland take shape. So I wanted to start by addressing a question that I've been asked quite a lot recently, and that's, if the Supreme Court overturns Roe, what impact will that have on Europe? In short, I don't believe that it will have a huge impact on the hard-won women's rights gains that we've made on our continent. So today, almost all European states allow abortion on request at least in the first trimester of pregnancy. The only European countries which retain highly restrictive abortion laws and do not permit abortion on request or on broad social grounds are Andorra, Liechtenstein, Malta, Monaco, Poland, and currently San Marino, but that's going to change following their referendum in September. And they're basically legalizing abortion. And what overturning Roe v. Wade will do is that it will, bolster the mission to among ultra-conservatives to continue to roll back women's reproductive rights. But unlike America, they don't have the same political strength at the moment. And we need to remember that in America, abortion is tightly linked to gun reform and religion, two other really highly emotive issues. So they all kind of move along together. And abortion is like abortion and religion are kind of two areas where there's been some kind of progress for American ultra-conservatives in terms of bringing about the changes that they want to make. Whereas what we see in Europe is that some groups say like Order Juris in Poland, they're lobbying the Polish government all of the time, sometimes very successfully, sometimes less so. The Center for Fundamental Rights in Hungary has close links to the government, but they're really, Viktor Orban kind of does what he's going to do anyway. Then when you look at, say, here in Croatia, or if you look in France, they're on the fringes. I think I'll get to Italy a little bit later on, but Italy is actually the one country that I think we really have to watch, and where they're going when it comes to ultra-conservative thought and women's rights. I will just say that ultra-conservatism doesn't just apply to women's rights, but it's kind of one of their first things that they like to take on is access to abortion. But there's a whole range of other things, from LGBTQ plus rights, as we know, from education for children is another one. So what I've become more concerned about than Roe v. Wade is Russian influence. Since before the invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, Moscow has presented itself as the third Rome, a bastion of tradition and a nation that protects so-called traditional family values. Russian President Vladimir Putin has crafted an image of a so-called Christian leader and espoused the bizarre idea that he is saving Ukraine from Western liberalism. And I'm just going to quote here from that speech he gave days before the invasion. He said, "They, the West, sought to destroy our traditional values and force on us their false values that would erode us, our people within. The attitudes they have been aggressively imposing on their countries, attitudes that are directly leading to degradation and degeneration, because they are contrary to human nature." And I think that that quote could easily apply or could easily be a part of ultra-conservative speeches in Europe. But long before the first Russian missile dropped on Ukrainian soil this winter, evidence suggests that Russian money has been sloshing around Central Europe's conservatives for a very long time. And that money comes from multiple sources. It comes from Russian oligarchs, and it comes from kind of Russian organizations. It's really not rocket science, and it kind of goes through various channels. And it's always under the guise of defending the family, defending children. And now with sanctions beginning to bite Moscow and some traditional paths of malign influence being squeezed, one of the few that's now relatively open is supporting ultra-conservative networks, in the hopes that they will disrupt democratic systems. And in many Central European states, this has obviously already started. And it doesn't have to be opaque. Like, we just need to look at Russian influence and what Hungary has done when it comes to EU sanctions, especially calling for the removal of the Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church to be removed from European sanctions. And that was obviously him just saying that to Putin, that we have to do what we have to do, but you still have friends in Europe. And it's deeply worrying when it is as blatant as that. And how there wasn't kind of any real pushback against Hungary and its behavior. And I think that this is a whole other issue that could be an entirely different panel. The way how kind of Hungary basically put a gun to the European Union's head and just got its way. It's also imperative that a good, so basically that's one thing. The next thing I basically am concerned about with the Russian invasion is that democratic states don't whitewash destructive ultra-conservative action when it comes to the correct or moral response to Ukraine. And by this I mean Poland. So very early on, Poland was like, straight out the doors, sanction Russia now, action now, we need to protect democracy. They were pushing all the time, and then Europe was like, yes, this is the right response. We were saying at lunch there, Biden's, what I believe to be a bizarre speech that he gave in Warsaw, talking about defending democracy, defending freedom of the press and the judiciary. And you're like, come on, like, you're standing in the middle of Warsaw and look what's happened to Polish media, the Polish judiciary. It just was like completely ignoring all of that. And we can we can just look at the rule of law issue at the moment, the way how Poland has been given some concessions because it's behaving in the correct way towards Ukraine, and also many countries need Polish support when it comes to the transfer of weaponry to Ukraine. So I know it's a whole other thing, but I don't think that we can just ignore the ideology of the piece because it's doing its response is correct when it comes to Ukraine. Speaking very quickly on the invasion, another question that I've been asked about Poland in particular is what about Ukrainian refugees in Poland who are survivors of conflict-related sexual violence? To the best of my knowledge, most women who've needed help in Poland have been helped by Poland's women's organizations. I understand that many doctors have performed abortive procedures, even though they wouldn't do it normally on conscientious grounds, given the circumstances. So at the moment, what we're seeing is a big, there's a gap between the needs of Ukrainian refugees who are in this absolutely terrible situation and then all the other women that need this healthcare procedure. And the ultra-conservative movement has been very quiet about this. They haven't publicly said anything because, of course, especially in Poland, they're very anti-Russia. Publicly, they're very anti-Russia. And of course, it's not just Russian influence, there's US influence as well. So when you look at the Alliance for Defending Freedom International, which is this group of ultra-conservative lawyers, they've been very effective in Bulgaria, in Slovakia, especially around the Istanbul Convention. So it's this constant outsourcing, and they're really driving this idea of like this political trajectory, or this legal trajectory, excuse me, that what is interesting is that when you interview an ultra-conservative person or one of these organizations, they're not talking about religion. They're not saying, Jesus will come and help us and all of this. They're talking in legal terms. They're breaking down the Constitution, and then they're using the language of human rights. They're using the language of freedom to be like, we're not ultra-conservatives, they hate that term. They say, well, no, we're human rights defenders. We're doing what amnesty should do. And no one really deviates from that narrative. And as well, which I find when you move into this phase of like, how can you counter them? Basically, what makes them so efficient is that they're all on the same page in every single country. As I said a little bit earlier, moving beyond Central Europe, I think it's very important to address the situation in Italy. The majority of gynecologists invoke conscientious objection. In Italy, it's around 67%, according to figures from 2019, the last ones we have from the Health Ministry. And right-wing politicians with deep link to the church are working on increasing the number of obstacles in terms of getting reproductive health care. In some areas of the country, conscientious objectors have been invited to run family planning clinics. One local authority is offering cash payouts to 100 women who abandon their abortion plans. And this is the Brothers of Italy, who we know are doing very well in the polls right now, coming into 2023 in Italy. They are actually supporting this fund. And they've also supported anti-abortion groups being present in hospitals. And when asked about this, Lucio Milan, a senator for the Brothers of Italy, he mentioned Italy's birth rate, which is around 1.27 births per woman. I hope that's right, Tim. It sounds it, okay. And so this brings, this then brings in the issue of population decline, which I am no expert in. But steps to tackle shrinking nations. At the moment, I think they're starting with action against women. Family initiatives to outright restrictions on abortion or contraception. And these policies, which are mostly made by men with the symbolic support of one or two women, who are often from a privileged background themselves, is is really obvious. This is kind of, you know, a man's solution to population decline. Women need to have more kids, and then there is always those one or two women who are there saying, well, this woman agrees with this, therefore all women agree with this. And of course, all of these family initiatives, they mainly impact the rights of women in lower socioeconomic groups. So for women that have more options, they just have more options. And therefore, this kind of, the reality of what these inflict isn't brought up that much. So I think, for example, Family 500 Plus in Poland, it doesn't support childcare. There's nothing towards childcare there. It's like, here is 100 and something euros or 110 euros a month. Yes, all women need to have bigger families is more money. That's insulting in itself. So we're going to give them the money and that's it. Whereas I wonder what would happen if there was more of a 360 approach to it in terms of if there was childcare, if there was education support for women, and if it wasn't as kind of binary as woman equals mother. The same thing, when you look at Hungary and the 7-point plan, it's essentially about keeping women as kind of mothers and caregivers. Here's a new car, here's help with your mortgage, now have more kids. And again, for women in lower socioeconomic groups, that is far more immediate, whereas women who obviously have more options or can move around. But I think, while I'm not a policymaker, I think Europe's gatekeepers have to be far more diligent on protecting women's rights. As EU member states step into this realm of boosting their population. And also liberal organizations in member states, they have to reclaim the issue of population decline. Because sometimes I feel like the groups that are talking about it, the politicians that are talking about it, and they're kind of, you know, saying, oh, we're all going to be wiped out, there's going to be none of us left in X number of years, they're usually not left-wing politicians. And I think that when the problem becomes more immediate, I think then that it's that ultra-conservative narrative of, oh, do you know what's going to fix this? So-called traditional family values. What's going to fix this is giving money to families. When, of course, as I just said, it's a 360 approach. So, yeah, so in conclusion, I think we have to be worried about the rise of ultra-conservatism in Europe. Understand that it isn't just, it starts with women's rights usually, but it goes on to the issue of divorce. And at the end of the day, it's about maintaining the power of a political elite. And we also need to be aware of Russian malign influence and obviously the results of Roe v. Wade.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are lots to discuss there. Without losing a beat, I'll ask Wojciech to explain why ultra-conservatism is not the right word.
Yeah, I think that what I'm well, the easiest that was actually Vienna. But the easiest way to explain that is perhaps that by meaning ultra-conservative, you want to go deep and honor the consistency of the movement, which I believe is the better word will be alt-conservative because it's very postmodern and incoherent. And that's the only reason why we had, over too many glasses of wine, this debate. But otherwise, fine. We seem to know what we're talking about. A couple of points, maybe, which I think could shed a light on, you know, in the sense of trends in Central Eastern Europe, also maybe global. Some of them that give the power and the power of actuality. Also of what Amanda was talking about. I mean, these will be points. So quite briefly. I think the most important one is the crisis of manhood. And I mean on all levels. I mean, who are men in this world? I'm sorry to say, and in Central Europe, the men have been the caregivers, the providers, by you know, working in the car factories, mining industries, and of all sorts. Think of Central Europe as a big Detroit also, right? I mean, car production that is now in a very fragile situation. And altogether in the global scale of things, men are less and less productive and are delivering less and less into the families. There is a sense also that in the context of the European project, with search for new job market and elevating from heavy industry to more services, men are really on the losing side economically. But there are many other processes that some, as we can quote Barack Obama, some of these processes lead to the rise of Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump, in the words of Barack Obama, is the byproduct of the crisis of manhood. So it's not only Central Europe, it's a global thing in which a very fundamental question from another perspective than the female, that's why we're both here, is I think it's a very important one, because that plays out sociologically on a meaningful part of the population. There is no template and there is no pattern for men, especially younger boys, to think, what's my value in the society? So they are very susceptible to the ideas that we should go back to how things were. We will have our, we'll earn our respect, our love, and our meaningful, we'll find some meaning in life. And I think this is not to be underestimated in all of that, because that gives the power to all the, it doesn't give the real answers, of course, I mean the ultra-alt-conservative movement, but it does have a power in the reality of the problem that we're seeing. And then there are the demographic trends, and indeed there is a low fertility rate also in Poland. In Poland, fertility rate was lower than Russia for the past couple of years at least, close to Ukraine. I can't really remember if that is comparable to Western Balkans, but the interesting part of that is also, try to figure that out, that while Polish women do not give birth in Poland, the moment they cross the border and they go to UK, all of a sudden they're the most fertile group in the population. So quite interestingly, so that there is no biological problem there, obviously, but there's either systemic or cultural or both. And that is not even being properly researched and explained. We still don't know. And some of the policies of the current government and many governments across Central Europe are really a desperate search for answering to this problem, which is a really big problem that is being felt and understood across the societies, because people see that there are less children, families are broken, whatever. There is a big social change going that seeks and begs to have a name. So I think this is the ultra-conservative and all the things, which are really dangerous. Also, when you hinted to the links to some of the bigger political geostrategic games, they are also going to stay with us for much longer, and they deserve a search of answers also from the other side, so to say, to go to the bottom of these things. But until now, yes, I can only give a couple of more spicy details of how this ultra-conservative things plays out. We have, of course, these so-called Havana Joint Declaration that everybody now remember after bizarre behavior of the Pope in Vatican on the crisis, on the war in Ukraine. The joint declaration was signed by Vatican, by this Pope and Kirill, basically to underline all the elements that are part of the ultra-conservative ideology. Anything that Amanda was mentioning is essentially there. This is on one side, is closely tied to at least an image of Polish conservative Catholic society, but misses the point, on the other hand, that Polish society is getting secularized perhaps the fastest in all of Europe, and for good reasons. At least girls are. At least girls are, and as we have seen in the from spillover from the abortion laws, there is now not only generational split but also gender split on the political preferences that stem from that. Essentially, girls vote left and will vote left, the youngest, when the left offer is there, and boys tend to vote right. But then the problem is that they eventually want to come together and be together, and they need to find some accord. So that's going to be an interesting outcome. What sort of families and political views in these families will be. Two last points. I really think Leszek will come here, more systematically in his approach in criticism of the Catholic Church. But there is also a fundamental problem with the Catholic Church, and I don't mean pedophiles and whatever is happening in the seminars, but there is a financial problem. It's a big financial crisis in the Catholic Church. The business model does not work anymore, and they still have a lot of things to upkeep, including economic transfers. And how they are making money is now by sucking in not only state funds and taxation, but also EU funds. These are the biggest sources of income, and crowdfunding is shrinking. So the base of operations is shrinking for quite a heavy and costly operations. In Poland, we just think of how many people are employed. I mean, sorry, it's vocation, of course. So they're seeking new streams of revenues. I wouldn't and these are, they're very innovative. One of the things that happened to me was on the dentist chair, and I think it's a very, very smart approach for the ultra-conservative activists to invest into peculiar segments in the society. The moment I sat on a dentist chair in a small village my parents live, or small town my parents live, opened my mouth, and I couldn't speak or protest really, I got not only my teeth repaired, but the woman would go for about half an hour of the procedure, preaching me everything that Amanda was just describing. So I think there are pockets of opportunities also, that they are being explored in that we are also missing from the big picture. And my final remark, just I think on the Biden story. I'm not critical of like Amanda was on Biden's speech, and I'll give two reasons why. First, he spoke of all in the spirit of democracy versus autocracy, or global summit for democracy in Warsaw, and said all the important things to a very particular crowd. And this was a last-moment decision. I literally got the invitation with many, many other people on the day when he came, on the day when he spoke. And we didn't know if he's going to have a meeting with the civil society in order to demonstrate that US is standing behind also and acknowledges the importance of the civil society. And it was a last-moment decision also because the first in the order of priorities was to settle with the government, with central government, all the elements of the, essentially military hub that has been also about transfer of weapons and everything. So they would not aggravate the situation by starting off with the principles and then following up. And I think the importance and also the volume of people that came, and there's a big crowd, spoke for itself. And second point is that, although I cannot say that on the record, but there was, but I'm happy to discuss it later. From what we know from the U.S. government, there was a direct pressure on President Duda that he simply that he vetoed the media law, and he became the bridging. Political institutions in Poland for the transatlantic relations that allowed Biden also to say some of these things.
Okay, thank you very much, Wojciech. Many morals from what you said, but one would be keep away from the dentist, right? Okay, good. Alida.
Thank you so much. God, there are lots to unpack here, but let me try to focus on a couple of things. I've just Googled, I wasn't hoping not to be rude, but I was Googling some things that I want to read to you. So just so we understand the narrative that we're operating in. So on September 23rd, 2021, 6 men, Czech Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, Slovenian Prime Minister Janez Janša, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić, Bosnian leader Milorad Dodik, and as a cherry on the top, Mike Pence, gathered, organized a gathering, which is a gathering of nationalist, populist, pro-family, anti-immigration figures. And Prime Minister Orban has given a speech. He started his speech with the following words: God, country, family. This is the motto of Hungarian conservative thinking, and I believe that not a single American patriot would shrink from carrying these words on their banner. So this is the narrative that we're operating in. This is not America, this is basically the heart of the EU. And this is, I think, what calls for all the caution in the world, because these are the men, and I stress men here, that create narratives around demography, around fertility policies, and so on and so on. That brings me to something that has been mentioned a couple of times here, and because of work that Tim and I have done, fertility rates are being now very much discussed in all sorts of different ways. But I feel that they're not being discussed properly, because even when we discuss it, we think about, okay, so it's if you know, fertility rate is 1.2, we're talking about broken families all of a sudden, forgetting that fertility rates are also very much dictated by the fact that women have never been more educated. Women have never been more, you know, traveled. Women have never been more emancipated. And that sort of narrative is also extremely, extremely problematic. So when we discuss both numbers and context, we have to be very careful. You have said that we should be careful about some countries, and there are other countries that maybe we should be looking at. I think we're sitting in a country that really poses a good, sort of very recent example, how things can evolve in a very, very sort of speedy way. I have been following quite a lot what has happened in the past couple of years, but this is not new. This has started already in the 90s. So we're talking about you know, things that have been created in the 70s and 80s, like centers for reproductive assistance to women, all sorts of different sort of grassroots organizations have been steadily and systematically killed. And that brings us to 2022, where only a month ago we had a case of Mirela Čavajda that you might have heard of, a woman who is in the 7th month of pregnancy with a child who cannot survive. She has got all the analysis in the world that basically prove the point, and yet not a single doctor / not a single hospital in this country want to perform an abortion. Because reasons of consciousness have basically are embedded so much now into the health system and driven really, really heavily by Catholic Church, to the point that she has to go to Slovenia to perform an abortion. Now, Mirela is not one single person. This happens to many, many women who are simply not public, so we don't really know about them. So in order to actually come up with any sort of conclusion, I think we should really pay attention to how this has happened. Like, what's the genesis of this process? How this happens, especially in a country such as Croatia that entered the EU in 2013. We haven't seen pro-life movements marching on the streets of Zagreb and telling us about ultra-conservative, you know, stances and so on. We haven't seen them. They were somewhere, but they were not necessarily as exposed. Instead, the European Union has been negotiating with very vigilant, active, young, powerful, creative people in the process of EU integrations. As soon as Croatia has become a EU member, they have resurfaced. And they have resurfaced on a scale that is now extremely difficult to actually counter. Because days after the abortion has been refused for Mirela Čavajda, you had thousands on the streets on behalf of pro-life movement, basically explaining to the public and giving their narrative to what has happened and why this child should be protected and why every life matters and so on and so on. Again, putting women in a back seat. And if we speak about Catholic Church, because we cannot not to speak about Catholic Church, I also Googled its interesting data that in 2014, 15, and 16, Croatia has given almost 2 billion kunas to the Catholic Church. Now, we have Vatican agreements And if they're not secret, they're outrageous. And they don't belong in this century at all. So if there is a financial, problem that you were referring to, it should be also something, that we address openly in all these countries, because obviously Catholic Church is driving an agenda that really has extremely dangerous repercussions for women in this particular sense. This question is also very much about demography. It's about, every time we speak about, it's an interesting thing, because 15 years ago we have talked about, too many people generally. And now in 2022, most discussions are about depopulation, too little people. What do we do about all these fertility rates? So it's also important from that point of view. We have also, Tim and I have been participating at this GlobeSec seminar in Bratislava, and a colleague of ours, Ivan Krastev, also at IWM, he said something interesting. He said if Putin was attending this conference, he would be probably at this panel, because demography is everything. It really is, because if you don't understand what is happening with population, you can hardly drive any policies. You cannot design them, certainly, and you cannot implement most of them. So I don't want to I don't want to be too long, but I just want to say that these couple of points that I've just mentioned, we should be extremely sort of careful about and following intensively situation, especially in countries like the Western Balkans countries, and even countries of the European Union, such as Croatia. Because it seems to me that in parallel to all the sort of pro-LGBT movements and so on, there is a force that is really consolidating, and consolidating on a scale that it's going to be extremely hard to counter it. Thank you. I mean, this is an interesting point, because in Bosnia this is not, it's nowhere on the agenda. And part of it is because Bosnia is so divided and so polarized that even the pockets that are driven by Catholic Church are not as visible. So it's not something that is being discussed. I don't know that there are cases where doctors refuse to perform an abortion. If you look at the laws in every single country of the region, they're perfect and they're standardized, and Istanbul Convention is there. There are all sorts of documents, international documents that are basically, that we started importing already in the 90s after the conflict, and have been synchronized with our legislation. However, in reality, in some countries it doesn't work. So in Bosnia, I haven't really seen this being a large part of the agenda. There is another part of it, which is LGBTQ plus rights, that are really trying to sort of put forward their sort of ideas and to try to get some space. This is being, it's resisted from the state, from conservative circles, you will have it from Bosniaks, from Serbs and Catholics equally, I would say. But nothing similar to what I just described in Croatia.
Okay, the floor is open, and Grigori is number one. Rosa, Zsuzsa, Peter.
Alida, for your very interesting, enriching and energizing inputs to the discussion. Couple of comments and remarks, not maybe about the whole Central Europe, but about one of the constituent parts of Central Europe, about V4 countries, because I'm more familiar with the situation in Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, and in my country, Slovakia. So, I mean, really, when we look to the scene, the opinion scene or party politics scene, really we see quite important shifts which happened in the environment of center-right, previously moderate center-right, conservative, some non-confessional, some confessional parties at the beginning of transformation, and today when we see really ultra-conservative, as Amanda defined, or Jacek, alt-conservative, or maybe even reactionary conservatives in our countries. But I mean, Central Europe is surprising many times political scientists, and in Slovakia we have not only reactionary conservatives, but also we have reactionary socialists and reactionary leftists. But just look into this political map. At the beginning of transformation, the main trend in this moderate, center-right, partially conservative, partially liberal, but prevailingly conservative environment, it was quite clear trend to form the traditional conservative, democratic, moderate, conservative democratic forces. It was prevailing trend when in our countries, and I think that we have to admit that in all our countries, conservative forces, center-right forces, they were part of those political forces which promoted democracy, reform, so they were part of these pro-reform coalitions. Definitely in Slovakia and Czechoslovakia at the beginning, then in Slovakia, either promoting democracy or creating obstacles against authoritarian forces. Yeah, it was a case of broad, mostly center-right coalition, including conservatives, against Mečiar and so on. So in Slovakia and Czech Republic, Poland may be a bit different situation, but also post-solidarity movements and all these groups, they were part of the pro-reform coalitions. Then in Hungary, maybe also it's a very peculiar case, but maybe the first 10, 15 years it was clear trend to be part of the family of European conservative parties. And then something happened, and today we see this, ultra, alt or reactionary conservatives, which are prevailing, I think, in all our countries. Yeah, maybe Czech Republic is a bit different, but in Poland, the main conservative party is not part of EPP, so they are in different party family. In Slovakia, 2 electoral cycles, Christian Democratic Movement wasn't elected even in the parliament, they are in EPP. So now we have very strange bunch of conservative or self-declared conservatives in the parliament, either in opposition, the fascists, they declare themselves that they are conservatives, but also in the ruling coalition. We have conservatives in the party which is, the name of the party is We Are Family, which is, it's a typical reactionary movement with the traditional agenda. They are promoting the traditional values, family. It's not confessional party, but they are using this rhetoric. And the head of this party, Speaker of the Parliament, he has 13 kids with 12 women. So, but they are promoting this conservative ideas. Then shorter, okay. So it means that there is something behind of this shift, and it's on the level of party politics, but also a level of public discourse. The word liberal or liberalism somehow became compromised, and compromised not only by the political actors themselves, but also church, which was mentioned here. Maybe in Poland it's a situation clear-cut, and it's clear which political party is more supported by Catholic Church. But in Slovakia we have many conservatives, and Catholic Church is very cautious. But what they are doing, they are promoting in public discourse all these traditional values. And last thing is that regardless of this, visible shift to the conservatism in the public discourse, according to opinion polls, for example, Slovaks are not so conservative in their behavior, in their political values. Even in this agenda of cultural war, you cannot say about Slovaks that they are clearly on the side of these reactionary conservatives. And many of them are not only behaving as liberals, otherwise they do not support liberal democracy, but in opinion poll they support democracy, but when it's about liberal democracy, somehow they do not support, because it's a liberal democracy, but on their practical behavior, many of them are pro-abortion and all this stuff. So it means that there are some deeper reasons for this ultra-conservatism in our countries, and it will be very helpful to continue the research about this on the different levels. Psychology, political parties, and so on.
To Rosa, please.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, all of you. Actually, that was super interesting. Amanda, I'd like to ask you if you can elaborate a little bit further on your definition of ultra-conservatism. Not to be boring, I don't want to be a sort of political scientist. Everything has to be carefully defined, but I do think there are a few things that came to my mind. The first one, you quoted 67% of doctors in Italy, or is it of gynecologists? Okay. That's quite a shocking number. But I think among them, many are Catholics, conscientious objectors, but they might not vote Brothers of Italy, right? Otherwise, well, they might not vote Brothers of Italy. So the reason for defining ultra-conservatism is also to identify, you know, the blurred lines between being Catholic or being Orthodox or, you know, whatever it is, and how that feeds into politics and, you know, what role does ultra-conservatism actually play politically. The second, and here I come from my perspective as someone who's actually looked not so much at ultra-conservatism, but at far-right populist parties, right? And there you see that, because it was interesting, you said on women's rights, they're all on the same page, and they're using libertarian language to justify the attack on women's rights. And that you mentioned it cuts across political traditions and religions, and I would add Muslim political parties inspired by Islam as well. They're also attacking, some of them are also attacking women's rights. But then how does that feed into other political positions? So one of our saving graces in the rise of far-right populism is that they disagree on other things, right? See Poland and Hungary with respect to Russia or other topics. And ultimately, you know, the nationalism or the nativism that is pretty much shared by all of them prevents them from cooperating. So again, for that reason, can I ask you to define, you see, ultra-conservatism, because of the impact it has on other bits and pieces and the grey zones between religion, politics, and between political parties.
Pass to Peter, please.
Thank you, Amanda, for the great research, and I think it's really an important topic, and it's good that different perspectives are coming together in the panel. And I have the habit of finding the conceptual debates highly exciting that everyone else get bored of. So just one point on the conceptual issue on ultra-conservatism, and I think that there might be some role for skepticism here, and I'm quite so I made my project from on the issue of tribalism, and what one of the most important scholars who were writing about this topic, practically his argument is that these issues that seem to be highly moral and superior and going beyond our biological roots are inherently biological because they are evolutionary. So he says that birth and death are the gas and brake pedals of tribal growth. So it's not just by accident that anti-immigration, so the other tribe won't come and rape our women and so on, anti-abortion, anti-LGBT, is coming together in an ideological package because they are all about that. Let's make the tribe stronger, bigger, and more powerful in order to be able to fight with other tribes. And that's probably one line of argument that might be used even in the counter messaging. And this is something that Amanda brought up as well, that these movements are growing and they are getting more attractive as well. And one point is that they are utterly unsuccessful. So it's the countries that have the worse demographic figures pose as the challengers of their tribal leaders are solving the problem, as Alida have mentioned this great meeting in Budapest. But also that it's nothing, there is no real ethical moral about it. It's much more about the tribal leaders treat the women as a tool to make the tribe bigger and more powerful.
To Zsuzsa and then Tim.
Okay, you definitely opened a Pandora's box, Amanda, with this issue, because it's in the making. It's very new in Central Europe. It's only a couple of years long in this form as we see it. And it's also very different from country to country. And it's, of course, deeply political, and it's very adaptive. So the thing, and I will not call like ultra-conservatism or the narrative, as Alida mentioned, the thing, what we speak about is is basically a political process. In my understanding, it's an operational use of various mix of ideologies for autocratic regime, to maintaining, to supporting autocratization at various levels. It's very interesting to see how it looks in the different countries. Of course, I know best Hungary, and you could see in 2014 when Hungary actually signed the Istanbul Convention, but then it was not ready to ratify, and ever since they don't ratify. And that I was pushing this as a parliamentarian, and it took 2 years until the government narrative machinery basically came up with the full-fledged gender ideology narrative, which term you never use, but I think you have to, because this is one of the common points what you have in various countries, that this is one thing. The other one is, I'm quite sure that this whole is, we digged in with many researchers' friends, what's the whole story behind, and this was definitely originated in the Vatican, so it has this very strong roots in the Catholic Church. But over the years, it's really decoupled, and it became on its own political movement. And in many countries, the Catholic Church has nothing to do with this. This is why it's interesting what you said, Alida, that there's such a strong influence in Croatia, because in Hungary, for example, it's not. There is no anti-abortion movement in Hungary because the Hungarian public is actually very liberal on abortion, and neither the church or the government would ever ready to go against that. So they go to anti-voca, which is a non-existing movement in Hungary. They go anti-immigrant, they go anti-feminist, and the whole thing is like under the auspices of the family story, as you quoted. And I think it's very dangerous because, of course, the family is ultimately a positive thing, a positive concept of positive entity of all of our life. So what I just basically want to say about, we definitely can talk a lot about that, is that this is a very political movement, and it is for justifying autocratization and an autocratic stance. And all those 5 men or 6 men, these were the source. And it's actually more American than Russian, I think, and it's very, very affluent and resourceful. And a lot of things is supported from US money, and that's a lot of things to unfold.
Yeah, can I?
Okay, we'll do a second round after.
I'll just be very quick, because I just want to address the definition and just pick up on what you said, which I think will answer questions that I feel are coming. But one thing about the definition in its kind of broadest, basic way is a set of beliefs that hijack traditional conservative beliefs for political gain. Ultra-conservatism, in my opinion, has nothing to do with religion. These people are not religious people. They don't, a lot of them don't have deep religious beliefs. They're not working for kind of this greater religious world. It's nothing to do with that. They know that if they appeal to this community that feels continually sidelined, that they will get more support. It's also very difficult to argue with people that say, this is my belief. I believe this. And you can't just dismiss my beliefs because of my religion. So you see contradictions. Viktor Orban is a classic example of this, between, defending Christianity, and then he goes off and does something like IVF, for example, and the support for Hungarian women with IVF. So when you look at Poland, which we'll get to Poland, is another kind of complicated work, but IVF is very difficult to get because of religious beliefs. There's been a lot of talk about the Catholic Church. There is no one Catholic Church. There is not, it is so fragmented. It's in such disarray. I completely agree with Wojciech when it comes to the funding, and the whole system is completely broken down. They don't know what to do. There's internal fighting. People hate Pope Francis. It's literally all over the shop. So I think we have to be very careful when talking about the Catholic Church. So. I think he does it because I think it was basically a signal to Moscow to say that, we have to do what we have to do, but we're still here at the end of the day. it was the most blatant thing he's done out of everything else, and doesn't fall into his "I'm working on behalf of the Hungarian people" narrative that he constantly goes back to about Russian oil.
Okay, Tim.
Hello, yeah, thank you. I mean, this is just sort of a question. I mean, primarily in Hungary and Poland, of course, which have pursued these very expensive projects to, increase, as you put it, to make the tribe stronger and bigger and more powerful. I mean, at least in Hungary, it's been going on for what? I suppose in Poland as well, for like a decade, and it doesn't work. So the question is, because they're not having more children and populations are not going up. So the question is, like, how long can you preach and get votes on that, at least that part of a political program, which obviously doesn't work? You mentioned the sorry. It's for but it vote buying. But if it's actually not true and it doesn't work, then. Okay, I mean, well, it's true. Okay, people get money. Okay, that's okay. Well, fine. Okay, but okay. Well, then there's the answer. Fine. I mean, you mentioned the left, and you mentioned this 360 approach, and saying the left don't really talk about it very much. But I wonder if that's because they don't really have any answers either. And I think that when we began this project, people used to talk about Scandinavia a lot and say, well, in Scandinavia they've got the answer because there's lots of very generous maternity benefits and lots of kindergartens. But actually in the last few years, that's not working either anymore. Sorry? South Korea and South Korea too, which has got the lowest fertility rate in the whole world. So maybe it's because they don't, as I say, they don't actually know what to do about it. And perhaps something which we should just say, because no one's talking about this, perhaps because it's maybe slightly sort of unseemly at the moment, but I wonder how many people are actually thinking, if not saying, God, wouldn't it be great if all these Ukrainians stayed? And especially in Poland, although I suppose in Poland, and this is more of a question, it then kind of raises the question, like, you kind of suddenly have 2 million more people if they stay, but on the other hand, you recreate a Ukrainian minority that you were very happy to get rid of in Poland in 1945. I mean, so maybe there are sort of mixed emotions about that. I don't know if anyone's talking about that in Poland. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Leszek and then Niccolo.
Right, so thank you for raising such a, fascinating and I would say unexpected a little bit issue. It's interesting how ultra-conservatism is full of paradoxes in the region, because first of all, I would say it never existed. So our conservatives were, of course, not conservatives because it wasn't a possibility in the post-communist country. They were kind of revolutionary or at least reformist. That explains very much what Grigory described, why the general conservative movement was rather, until at least the EU accession, rather on the side of reforms and not, that oppressive towards minorities or women. What has changed is that, paradoxically again, ultra-conservatism, as we call it, is successful when it's the weakest. Because you see the parallel processes of liberalization of societies and very often at the same time the political victories of the far-right movements. And I think it reminds me very much of the way that Vladimir Putin confronted the West before the war. So he used his very weak cards, but he was very determined and aggressive to wage like a one-sided war, because Russia felt that they are at war with the West, with the Western values. And it's very much like conservatives sees themselves as an oppressed majority. And of course, if you count all the Catholics in Poland as potential ultra-conservatives, you might argue that the society is conservative. But if you ask the population, what's your stance towards, for example, abandoning religious classes at schools, 70% is for not having religious classes at school. So there are extremely able in exploiting the fears and basically being politically on the winning side, thanks to the fact that on the other side, you don't have the side which would be willing to take up this confrontation. So it's like really like a one-sided game where ultra-conservatives are shaping the discourse, they're framing the discourse, they define what's normalcy. And before, when we have this theory of modernization in Central Europe, it was mostly about, well, getting like the West, imitation, but only in terms of infrastructure, institutions, not really talking about the values. And nowadays, I think what's crucial, and I will end here, is that if you want this movement not to shape our future, it's a minority movement, but extremely politically able, is the only way is to redefine what modernity is and try to show and mobilize like a new coalition of people, which are in most countries in the majority, especially among the young generation, to show them that the default mode of modernization is having the gender equality, LGBT rights, being open to about immigrants, and this is like the new modernity. But you need a force that represents it, which would not at the same time present itself as a kind of minority culture wars, radical left, because that's not going to work. It has to be a very intelligent messaging on the side of progressive movements, which unfortunately is, well, almost non-existent in a strong form in most of the countries we're discussing.
Thanks for the panel. Amanda, you briefly talked about Italy as a country to be concerned about, and it led my mind on the following path, which is that with these talk about demographics and so on, of course the emphasis, and I suppose it is the one in Central Europe, is often about people being born. But there's also in the Italian case the important consideration about people dying and the debate around euthanasia, right? And euthanasia and in some way the tolerance of that by the Italian state is what's led to the breakdown of the Lateran Pacts, for example, and the Vatican no longer transposing all Italian law into its law. And it's an important part of the Brothers of Italy mobilization as well. And there's debates about that in Italy these days. A referendum was denied, and so on. And I think that there's something profound here if we think about the life and death aspects of this, which is connected to authoritarianism, that ultimately the state wants to be the entity that can decide life and death, who lives and who dies. And there's something deeply challenging to a traditional vision of the state about individuals being able to decide that. And so I think the euthanasia side of the equation is an important one to be thinking about.
Thanks. I found the discussions very interesting, but at the same time it sort of left me a bit puzzled, frankly, because Austria is also Central Europe, and this just doesn't exist there, basically. I'm sure there are lots of ultra-conservatives, right? But they're a fringe phenomenon. It's not part of the public discourse at all, but we have one of the biggest, rightist, ugliest parties forever, basically. But there's a single issue there that's driving everything, basically. It's migration and it's anti-Islamic feelings, basically. And I suspect that this is still the most potent force. It's the most mobilizing force because it works most directly with fear of people. So I would think, I'm not quite sure, but I believe there will be further big migration movements, and I would think the most dangerous aspect of this whole discourse is still this kind of strong anti-immigrant feeling that is so widespread all over Western Europe.
Tim, you wanted to... Yeah, go ahead. And then we'll go back to
just the one thought that I forgot to add about the left, since you mentioned it. I think that one strand that I have detected is that people say, oh, but actually shrinking populations are good because it's good for the environment. And that would be true if with every person who died, one person was born, but that's obviously not the case. And in fact, with shrinking populations, it just means lots more pensioners, which isn't so healthy in general terms, obviously. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay, back to Amanda and
I'll be super
Wojciech
quick.
and then Alida.
Is it hello? Oh, yeah. Just on Austria, Austria is a really interesting case when it comes to the movement of ultra-conservative groups. Austrian aristocrats, or former aristocrats, they're hugely influential. All 12 of them. I don't know, sorry. I don't know for sure if it's all 12 of them. But yeah, it is. Like Austria is very much this place where you just have to look through events happening in Vienna on any given week, and many of them will meet in Vienna. They're supported by kind of that the aristocratic network that then branches up into Germany. It's a really interesting place. And then when you actually look at just on the issue of abortion, when you look at kind of some people's beliefs around abortion in Austria, I've always been kind of surprised, because you're absolutely right. Like on paper, you can get access to everything you need, but the societal beliefs on abortion, but also on women, in Austria is something that is quite out of line with what the state offers its people. So I'm kind of working backwards. Tim, what you say about what does work? You know, you're absolutely right. Kind of Scandinavia is always the kind of what I said, 360, isn't it great, but it's not actually working. I think it's something that I recently reread the book Invisible Women. I think it's because maybe just something that comes to my mind, why it's not working is that like women are somewhat invisible in our society. So when it comes to like when infrastructure is introduced, like childcare, there are still many obstacles about how women are seen and women's role in society. Everything from business expenses that women can claim compared to men. Like, I find this absolutely fascinating. A man can expense 50 quid for a taxi to go to a conference, but like as a kind of woman, anyone can, right? But let's just say I had a kid and I had to call Dino and I said, Dino, childcare hasn't turned up. I need to pay my neighbour 50 quid to sit with the kid for 5 hours. The majority of women would not ask Dino for that 50 quid as expenses. They would consume that cost themselves. And it's all of these little things again and again and again and come that kind of play out. I think that while there has been steps in many countries to kind of integrate women, which I can't believe we have to say that about 50% of the bloody population, but you know, it's like when steps have been made for women to take, you know, leadership roles and whatnot, I think that there is, going to your point about crisis of manhood, no, I don't believe that there's a crisis in manhood. I think that the default is the default male. And I think that the crisis in manhood is actually anger among certain men about a changing world and a changing society. I think all of us have been at a dinner party where the conversation comes up, he's not going to get the job, it'll probably go to a woman. You know, like all those undercurrents, and that's seen as progressive. Oh, you know, I think the job will go for a woman, that's great. But it's this kind of subtle needling all of the time. And I think that it is harder because our kind of cultural, societal norms are that even the highest powered woman still has to do extra work at home compared to her husband or her partner or whatnot. And even if it's a great partner that takes the kids to school and the pram and wheels them around and whatnot, there is still huge gaps, and it down to the tiniest little thing of like, in an office environment, the majority of women will be the one that organize the birthday cake. They'll be the one to make sure that people make it home from the Christmas party okay. And all of this is constantly draining. So I'm kind of on a bit of a rant. I could stay here, and thanks to God I don't have any wine. But you know, it's basically it's not so much about, you know, these are all the things that you need to be able to have a bigger family. And at the end of the day, many women actually feel that they want to have larger families, but they can't because they can't afford it, and then that's a different issue. But then there's also this gross stigma about women that don't have any children. And I think we need to stop saying to women, do you have a family? Meaning, do you have children? Everybody has a family. A family can be your neighbors, it can be people not related to you. But it's all of these subtle things that kind of come into the conversation that I think it's still a very hostile environment for any woman, I think, today. Drops mic to Wojciech.
Yeah, so I remember my friend telling me a story that each as she was doing her PhD, and aunts were coming to some gatherings, family gatherings. Actually, older aunts would come and say around some sort of communion or some children birthday. You're going to be next. You're going to be next. There's a baby wash with a baby shower party. You're going to be next. You're going to be next. And she was taking then revenge at funerals. I think there is a crisis of manhood, but not. It's widespread, and it's yeah. I'm not. I just wanted to say exactly that it's not about making us. Simply speaking, men haven't reinvented themselves in the current economy and society, and women, while undergoing so many hardships indeed and challenges more than men, invented and reinvented themselves in so many other ways. Men are simply simple. It's a simpler construct. And it's not fitting. That's what I meant today. So that's on this point. I think there is I'm not making a value judgment here, but it's just simpler and more complex. But on the political ideology, I think there is Susanna touched a very important point, and it's not a new thing. We cannot be ignorant of the fact that the ideas that we're talking about were coined, not so many on the reproductive issues and so on, but the core of that has been coined by ultramontanist movement, a split in the middle of the 19th century in the conservative movement itself. So we tend to remember the Catholic conservative thinkers or simply conservative thinkers like Burke or Lord Acton. But on the other side of things, there were Joseph de Maistre, there was Juan Donoso Cortés, who actually, both of them, influenced Carl Schmitt and then the fascist ideology. And in the long, in the grand chain of beings, or of the ideas that fluctuated, they're all about the same. You're absolutely right. This was always about restoring the power to the top. These were ideas of dictatorship. I mean, Donoso Cortés. Or these were ideas against the Enlightenment and the ideas of the modern type of republic or republicanism. So that's at the core, I think. And they are still getting the ideological force, the ideological root is still there, and it's prevailing. It's not simply lost, and it's being reborn in many different ways. So perhaps it's also important to study the evenings of St. Petersburg and things like that, because they tend to be reread and republished in many of the stories that we are discussing now, and also try to reflect on that, on how they were also challenged or undermined successfully. I think one point that Grigory mentioned, I don't think it was addressed at the beginning, is that a lot has been kind of lost in the process of abandoning kind of thinking that religion and religious movements in politics are passé. I mean, we're publishing quite a lot of stories recently on Central Europe and the role of on the potential rather than actual role of the church and religious institutions in fighting disinformation, which is unexplored and it's still a potential, because there is a drive in the societies to look for conspiracy theories. For the astrology apps are actually very popular. I mean, it's a huge business around the world. People are trying to find sort of the explanations of the world that are transcendent in any way. It's just going to stay, regardless of the secularism moving forward. So unless there is an approach to, like in the Solidarity movement, there were the liberals plugging into the Catholicism and going with the workers, you don't generate a positive, progressive moment. You just leave the space abandoned for the other guys.
Okay, final word goes to Alida, but Valbona,
God, lots has been said. Let me just go back to the language. I think that this is really important. I had an opportunity in the past 10 years to review lots of different documents, also written by international organizations who claim to be advancing and sort of putting forward the women's rights. Using the language where you have men on one side and then bracket open, Roma communities, vulnerable groups, and women. And it's super confusing. What does that mean? We're talking about 50% of the population, but even organizations, I'm referring to the OSCE, UN, pick any, are still not clear where to put women, really. So that's one side of the problem. I mean, you have named all sorts of inequalities, the paid work, not paid work. I mean, the entire industries are based on these inequalities. I have recently read an interesting information somewhere online that the entire health industry is basically calibrated on men. Meaning, there was a case in England when a woman and her husband used sleeping pills. So they've taken these sleeping pills at 8 o'clock in the evening. Morning after, they woke up. He went to work perfectly fine. She took her car and she went to the work, and she had a car accident. And after a certain period of time, after they've done diagnostics and analysis, they realized that that particular pill that she has taken had stronger effect and lasted longer because it's simply calibrated by an adult man, not women. So just an example what we're dealing with here. So language, but also very concrete, very practical life kind of things. Now, there is no solution, one single one-dimensional solution to what we have been discussing, but I think we're not leveraging what we already have. So Leszek mentioned it. I think it's also maybe good to mention again this case of Mirela Čavajda. So basically, a woman denied an abortion with a sick child in a life-threatening situation because the tumor could have killed her or still could kill her. But the state disappears when she actually gives a birth to this child. Because if you list all the things required for a woman with a handicapped child, all these services are gone. They disappear. They're non-existent. So imaginary support by ultra-conservative circles, imaginary support by Catholic Church, all imaginary support, because the actual support does not exist. And this is, I think, the point where progressive forces should leverage by really being to the point and being sort of, thinking with the lawyer's mind about it, because this is where you can get hearts and minds of people on the right side, by showing them, using an example, what happens when you're denied your actual right. And the last thought that I have is this, again, we go back to the number of children and numbers and numbers and numbers. I mean, South Korea is an excellent example because it's definitely one of the countries where you can expect to receive all sorts of benefits. It's about, we cannot compare it to anything else in the sense of services that there exist, and still there is a lot of fertility. And there are two streams of thinking. One is to pump up the numbers, and the other one is to provide quality of life for those that are around, which I would be very much in favor of, in fact. And that goes back again to the point that I just mentioned about services that are there or missing when you actually need them as a woman in any country, especially in countries that are under attack of the ultra-conservative or whatever conservative circles. So, I mean, just these three thoughts maybe to think about how do we go about it? How do we leverage sort of our response to it? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Wojciech and Alida. Great panel. Into our next session, ideas for the next phase of the Europe's Futures Alumni Group.
Beach is calling, but we can be efficient if we all cooperate. And